Good afternoon, Santa Monica, and welcome to the January 25th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Para.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Hemmelrich.
Here. Let me note for the record that the item for the number for public comment is 310-312-8173, 310-312-8173. And Madam Clerk, will you please call the closed session?
Yes, the first closed session is a conference with labor negotiator. The agency designated representative is the Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Adriana Guzman. Outside counsel, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. The bargaining units are the ATA, Administrative Team Association, IBT, California Teamster Local 911, FEMA Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Fire Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109 IAFF, MEA Municipal Employees Association, AFSCME Local 4819 Management Team Association, the Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, the Public Attorneys Union, the Police Association's Officers Santa Monica Police Officers Association, SMARTTD, the International Association of Steel, Metal, Air, Rail and Transportation Division, Local 1785, the Supervisory Team Association, Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees. Then we have an existing litigation. It's Michael Angelos and Lamar McQueen versus the City of Santa Monica. We have one anticipated litigation, and it's the Oceana Hotel. And those are the three closed sessions, and we have no callers, Mayor.
Great. So let's adjourn to closed session, having no callers. I'll see everybody on the other side. Thank you.
Why am I not saying video?
Good evening and welcome back to the Tuesday, January 25th, 2022 special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We have now come out of closed session, and let me turn to City Attorney Lawrence and ask if we have anything to report.
Yes, thank you. So in closed session, the City Council discussed each of the three items listed on the City's Council's closed session agenda. With regard to item 1B, which is the Michael Angelos and Lemire McQueen matter versus the City of Santa Monica, there is an action to report. This dispute involves the city lifeguards who claim that from the period 2013 to roughly 2018, they were not credited with working all the time that they did work, and that involved that they were not paid for what they considered to be mandatory swim training. So the parties have reached an agreement, and the City Council the City Attorney's Office recommends that the City Council approve a settlement of this class action lawsuit, which involves nearly 200 lifeguards, in the amount of $350,000.
Do I hear motion?
Move settlement.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Delatorre. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
And I should note that in the other two items, item 1A and 1C, there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And now we move to let me announce this. Item 7C has been removed from our agenda. So if you are here or if you're watching us and wanted to comment on or wanted to hear item 7C, we will not be hearing it tonight. And now, moving on to the next item, Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item?
Yes, this is a proclamation celebrating Black History Month.
And I guess I am starting this because I am reading the proclamation. I will read most of it, but it's long. So let me start. Whereas we enter the 403rd year since African people forced into bondage through kidnapping and false imprisonment were brought to North America and regions abroad. On this day, we recognize that there is still much work to do to achieve racial equity within our society, including in the areas of health and wellness. During this year's Black History Month, we celebrate the contributions of African Americans, people of the African diaspora, and Black, Native, and Indigenous Americans in health and wellness and cultural and spiritual well-being, while reaffirming that Black history is American history, and it should be remembered and celebrated as such. Whereas Black members of the Santa Monica community who promote equitable health and wellness live, work, and sustain the lives of thousands of Santa Monicans by providing tailored medical treatments, culturally competent wellness information, and specialized health services. Whereas it is critical that culturally competent physical, spiritual, and mental health services that consider a person's heritage, upbringing, and indirect traumas be offered to our Black community members. And whereas in the wake of the coronavirus emergency, it is imperative that health practitioners and civic leaders acknowledge historical and present-day mistreatments of Black people and jointly promote access to equitable care. And whereas the observance of Black History Month is a reminder that all Black lives matter in health, wellness, spiritual, and physical life, and that the fight to build an equitable society that lives up to the democratic ideals upon which this country was founded continues after 403 years since the forced bondage of African peoples and shall persist until all wrongs have been addressed. And now, therefore, I, Sue Himmel-Rich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in the City of Santa Monica and urge all citizens to celebrate the diversity of the Black community while continuing our efforts to create a world that is more just, equitable, and supportive of the deconstruction of barriers to Black health and wellness. And do we have any chits, Denise? And I see you, Delana. I'm calling on you as soon as we hear from the public.
We do not have any callers.
Great. Then we're on to Delana Benacama, who will now do our staff presentation. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I turned my audio off and said that. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for having me tonight. My name is Delana Benacama, and I'm the Equity and Communications Coordinator for the city. And I'm also the founder and lead of the city's Black History Month Committee. And tonight, I'm going to give you an overview of the events and the activities that we have planned for the month. So as many people know, or many people should know, Black History Month takes place every year in February. And so during the month of February, we plan to light City Hall in red, black, and green to celebrate the month. And the significance of these colors dates back to 1920 when activist Marcus Garvey and his organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, adopted the Pan-African flag to represent people of the African diaspora. And so red represents the blood shed by Africans during their fight for liberation, and also the shared blood of the African people. Black represents Black people, and green represents growth and natural fertility in Africa. So we're excited to once again light City Hall for the month. This year, the theme is Black Health and Wellness. And we always go by the theme set by the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, which is an organization that was originated by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, a famed Black historian who is considered the father of Black history. In 1926, he created Black History Week, which eventually evolved to Black History Month, which is what we are celebrating every year now. And this year, most of the events are, airing virtually, just as we continue to live through the pandemic. And but we do have a few events that are held in person, and I will go over those in just a moment. And most of our events, well, all of the events align with this theme of Black health and wellness, which we think is really important. So on February 1st, we're holding a virtual bingo session with comedian Crystal Adams. And this is a fun way for people to learn about Black history, and they'll be eligible to win prizes. And it's just a great way to build community, laugh, and have fun. And then on February 3rd, we're holding our open ceremony. This is going to be a virtual event. And again, it's focused on Black health and wellness. So we will have Black health professionals in the medical and mental health field talking about the importance of taking care of both our physical and mental health. And this is especially timely right now as we find ourselves during the middle of the pandemic, and many people are trying to take better care of themselves, especially mentally, we're seeing. We also will feature special entertainment during this event. The Syncopated Ladies will be performing. It's a popular tap dance group, and so we're excited to see what they have in store for us. We also have a Samo High student who's going to do a cooking demonstration for us. And then also, we have a hula hoop competition that we're excited to to share with you. And again, that's just a great way for people to stay active. So we're excited to showcase that. On February 9th and 12th, we're also having a virtual somatic soul integration workshops. These workshops are focused on stress relief and also healing the mind, body, and soul, and also spirit. And they have elements of breath work and body movement. And we feel that this is a really important workshop to provide, especially during these challenging times. And as you can see, we're offering them twice on 2 separate days. On February 15th, we're offering a virtual TikTok class, dance class with Jamal Joseph. And this is just a fun way to get people moving. And also, you know, TikTok is very popular. So people will be learning the latest dance trends. So that will be a lot of fun. And then on February 17th, we're holding a paint and sip course with Nicole Kay. And this will be held at Virginia Avenue Park outside, and people will be socially distanced, physically distanced. So this is just a therapeutic way, you know, for people to relieve stress. And also there is a Black History Month theme to this. The artist will do an interpretation of a prompt given to her related to Black forming. And I think a lot of people sometimes forget about the history of the enslaved and their descendants when it comes to forming in this country, since that population has been pushed out almost entirely from that field of work. On February 19th, we're holding an in-person reception and art walk at the Building Bridges Art Exchange at Bergamot. And this is a great way to introduce some exhibits that we have been working on. So one of the components of the exhibit is student artwork. We are working with local schools to collect art from students related to our Black History Month theme. And we are also working with the Quinn Research Center to highlight Black health professionals in Santa Monica, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then on February 24th, we are holding our Celebrating Black Excellence Community Awards. This is going to be a virtual event where we honor Black professionals in Santa Monica for outstanding leadership and service. We will have also special entertainment at this event. It features South African dance. We always have some type of element of different cultures within the African diaspora, and an educational component explaining that. So we're excited about that. One thing I want to remind people about is we are accepting nominations for the Black Excellence Awards. So if you know a Black professional who lives or works in Santa Monica, who has demonstrated outstanding leadership and service, we want to read their nomination. And then also on February 26th, the Black History Greens Festival is going to take place, and that is a partnership between Virginia Avenue Park, the Parent Connection Group, and the library, and the theme is celebrating Black California history. And then we also have another paint and sip session on February 27th with LaShawn, and this artist will also be doing an interpretation of art for us to follow along, you know, that goes with that theme of Black forming that I mentioned earlier. And this slide depicts some of the student artwork that we've received. We received a lot of interest from the schools. And I want to shout out our committee member, Brandy Lockhart, for having this idea of partnering with the schools to collect city artwork. As you can see, the image on the left is a coloring sheet that one of the elementary school kids submitted. And our committee member, Erin Carr, actually worked on designing these coloring sheets. So I wanted to give her a shout out as well. And then you also see other art on this page, and I'm not going to go into detail because I really want people to come out and look at the exhibits to read about this artwork. But you see all of this original artwork by students in Santa Monica. And so we are displaying this artwork February 1st through February 16th at Santa Monica City Hall in the lobby. And then from February 17th to the 23rd at Building Bridges Art Exchange at Bergamot Studios. And then another component of the artwork is related to Black figures in health and wellness. And so we're featuring information about historic and present day figures in Santa Monica. And this is just one example, the Jones family in Santa Monica, 3 generations of health professionals. Dr. Shedrick Jones was a dentist and implant surgeon in Santa Monica starting in 1959. And then his son, Francis Jones, is also a dentist and implant surgeon who still lives in Santa Monica and practices in Santa Monica. John Jones is another of Dr. Shedrick Jones' son, and he's a pharmacist and hospital administrator. And then Dr. Shedrick Jones has a granddaughter, Jessica Harding, who's a mental health therapist who lives and works in Santa Monica. So we're really excited to share some of this hidden history of Black professionals in health and wellness in Santa Monica. And this last slide, I just want to offer thanks to a lot of the people who have been supporting us in our Black History Month endeavors. And I'm just going to read the committee members' names, the Black History Month committee members. Taryn Bishop, Erin Carr, Rufina Jones, Brandy Lockhart, Lisa Parson, Cheryl Shavers, and Stephen Torin. Really great group of people to work with on this. And then we also have been working with Building Bridges Art Exchange at Bergamot to display this artwork. And so I just want to thank Marisa and her team for providing the space at their gallery for us. And then also there are several community members who have been, helping with ideas and, helping to connect us with different people. Cara Blade Snell, Kathleen Benjamin, Darlene Evans, Robbie Jones, Erica Leslie, Nat Travis, Angela Scott are among the community members. I really want to thank the Quinn Research Center, Mrs. Carolyn Edwards, for providing information for the exhibits on the Black historic and present day figures in health and wellness in Santa Monica. Thank you so much. And then also City TV, Jordan Ellis has been, again this year with me at all hours and locations filming things for Black History Month. So thank you to him and have been working with Office of Communications to get the word out about things. I'm also in that office. And I want to thank the fire department for allowing us to film at Fire Station 1 for Black History Month. Deputy Chief John Navandro, really great to work with. Appreciate him taking calls on his day off at the last minute to allow us to go in and film at the location. And again, I want to thank the library and local schools for just helping to get the word out, and also the school district to get the word out to students about the our call for artwork. And John Adams Middle School, Dr. Yuri, for helping to pull together some students for the hula hoop competition, Cultural Affairs for supporting us, Public Works for helping with the lighting and providing easels for us in City Hall, and Carla Fantozzi at Virginia Avenue Park for providing a space for us to have the paint and sip activities, and of course Annenberg Community Beach House. Thank you so much for allowing us to use all of your hula hoops for the hula hoop competition. And if I've forgotten anybody, I'm so sorry, but really appreciate everything that you've done. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Yes, Councilmember Delatorre, do you have a question?
No, I just want to thank you for all your work. It's a great lineup. It just looks very exciting, and look forward to participating and enjoying the celebration. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
So let me repeat that. Yes, thank you so much for your work. These have been some of the highlights of my time on council, these great presentations you do, and I miss being in person because when we were in person, you did such an amazing job. Just thank you so much for bringing all of this together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, may we move on?
Yes,
Madam
next
Clerk.
we have the city manager's report, and it's a status update on citywide equity and inclusion work. And we have no callers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here this evening and really excited for the presentation you're about to receive. What I can honestly say is having been in this position for as short as a time as I have been really honored to see the great work of many, many employees in our organization move us forward around equity and inclusion. And so first, you're going to hear from two amazing individuals, Lisa Parson and Delana, which you just heard from, talk about Black History Month, and you're going to hear about a lot of the amazing work that they've done and the hard and amazing work that we have in front of us. And I'm really happy to be part of their team and to help them champion as we move forward. After they do a presentation for you, we're going to have our Deputy City Manager, Anuj Gupta, introduce a video that was prepared for Lunar New Year. One of the key implementation activities, I guess to sound a little bit boring, was we've seen Affinity Groups take root and take life in our organization. And so you're going to see the fruit of some of that work after Lisa and Delana present to you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa and Delana, and then after they're done, we get to celebrate their work. They're going to turn it over to Anuj to introduce some more great work to you. Thank you very much for this space this evening, and I look forward to what's in front of us.
Okay, and we're back again. So we will give you an update on the work that the Racial Equity Committee has been advancing. First off, would just like to start off thanking the 2021 first cohort of EIOs. They did a lot of work this past year to advance 6 major citywide equity initiatives. And these are all initiatives, things that we've heard from staff during the social justice forums we held in 2020. Staff wanted us to, advance these initiatives. And so they're the Samo Mentoring Initiative, DEI questions for recruitment, Equity Toolkit components, performance evaluation metrics, my SMI curriculum, and an equity plan. And you'll hear about those in just a minute. And then this is just the list of the 2021 Racial Equity Committee members. We wanted to display their names so that you can see the people who have been working with Lisa and I to do this very, very important work. And I'll turn it over to Stephen Torrance, who will be talking about the Samo Mentoring Initiative.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you on the efforts of the Samo Mentoring Initiative. My name is Stephen Torrance, the Emergency Services Administrator within the Office of Emergency Management. I served as the Equity and Inclusion Officer for the City Manager's Office and one of the members of the Samo Mentoring Initiative who crafted this program. On behalf of the entire working group, I would like to thank Library Services Officer Chris Edwards for coming up with the program's name and truly making it a Santa Monica program, which is one of the main things that we wanted to do for our staff. So to start, I wanted to share that this program will formally be launched for staff this week, and enrollment information will be included in an upcoming staff newsletter. Our working group created openings for 25 mentor and mentee pairings for the 2022 cohort. And it's our expectation that we will meet this demand for our first year. The Samo Mentoring Initiative is an informal mentoring program for staff developed to ensure mentors, mentees, and the organization all see growth, whether it be collectively, professionally, personally, or through an enhanced organizational culture. The working group developed this informal mentoring program to ensure that all participants come to the table with unique goals and expectations while jointly working to develop and achieve their goals to enhance professional and personal lives. Because we have a diverse cohort coming in from different departments, cultures, skill sets, and trades, the individual goals will be developed by the mentor and the mentee to ensure that both participants benefit from their time within the program. Through this approach, we are building and developing an organization which utilizes our most important assets, which is our city staff. Prior to the actual mentor and mentee partnership for the year, the working group will implement training for all of our participants to proactively provide cultural competence training, implicit bias training, and strategic mentoring training for all the participants. Within the program, we will provide a few core principles. The first one is to provide staff with the resources and learning opportunity to grow, which will hopefully grow their professional and improve their career advancement potential. And the second is to foster a workforce where diverse backgrounds, talents, and capabilities are welcomed and embraced. Lastly, to go into the program's benefits in a little bit more detail, the mentee will likely receive practical advice and guidance and encouragement, support, and honest feedback from members within our organization. The mentor, they will receive the opportunity to develop their skills as a teacher while helping the mentee reach their goals. And secondarily, the mentee or mentor will develop their skills as a guide to kind of share how they can guide the mentee through the institution and the city's culture and structure. Overall, for the organization, we are looking to identify and retain our best leaders, cultivate new talent, improve employee retention, and last but not least, improve employee satisfaction and morale within the organization. To close out, the entire Samo Mentoring Initiative working group is excited to launch this program this week, and we look forward to seeing the positive results. In conclusion, I will turn this over to Bridget to report out on the next working group. Thank you for the time.
Good evening. As Stephen indicated, I'm Bridget Cade, the Administrative Services Officer for the Department of Transportation, and having served as the EIO over the course of the last year. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all for providing us an opportunity to work on this exceptional work. It's very important. And within the hiring process work group, specifically our areas of focus were within the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion questions for recruitment. Specifically, we were looking at the development of the DEI questions, and with that, there was diligent and extensive research, vetting, and selection of those questions that ultimately we categorized into 3 areas, specifically general, supervisory, manager, and executive. And the intent with respect to that is to utilize or to work with human resources to incorporate these questions into the actual recruitment processes for the city. And with that, those executive level positions that we have already played a role in that development have included the city manager, the police chief, city attorney, fire chief, as well as the library director. So our understanding that our questions have been incorporated into those interview processes, these or will be incorporated as we move forward. And lastly, we're working on and are in the final stages, but we envision forwarding this material to HR Human Resources for their review and insight, is actual training for staff and the interview panelists to ultimately incorporate our training recommendations into the interview process relative to DEI questions. And so I would have to say that we believe as a committee that this is an integral part of where the city's movement is, and we look forward to working with HR to ultimately incorporate these types of questions into our recruitment processes. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Delana to speak again on the Equity Toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. So the Toolkit working group has been working on different components to provide to staff based on the feedback that we heard from them. So one of those components is a script to interrupt microaggressions. And the script is almost nearly complete. And we have interviewed staff in different positions across the city about some of their experiences with being on the receiving end of microaggressions. And so part of this script is based on real life experiences of staff. And so we provide a guide to people for how to respond to these microaggressions when they may be confronted with them. And so we are also planning a training for staff on this once we roll out the script to interrupt microaggressions, because this is something very important that they requested from us. And then also we're developing a glossary of equity terms so that we can roll that out to staff as well. It's really important that we all have a common understanding of equity-related terms so that we're on the same page whenever we're incorporating equity into our daily work and whenever we're having conversations about equity. And then also, I mentioned earlier the staff training for the script to interrupt microaggressions, and we're also planning on doing a staff training on the equity glossary of terms as well. Now I'll turn it over to Lisa to talk about performance evaluations.
Thanks, Delana. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Arcelia Esparza and Kathy Taylor, who were scheduled to present with us tonight, but both had unexpected conflicts. You all are stuck with me for the next several slides. Our first is on performance evaluations, and this is something that we have been developing for some time, recognizing that it's very good to talk about policies and concepts, but we have to make sure that we're evaluating ourselves and how we're actually doing with respect to implementing these new changes that are intended to advance equity in our city. The phase one of the performance evaluations is just going to be self-evaluation on all staff evaluation forms. We will be in the process of working with our unions to bring that forward soon. And you can see here a sampling of the type of questions that we want people to just start looking at their role in the city and how they're either fostering what they're doing to address inequities and things of that nature. We really feel that as stewards of city government, which we all are, we all have a really clear role to play in advancing equity, and these self-evaluation metrics are the first step in making sure we keep that as part of the way we think of our roles. You can go to the next slide. With respect to training, this also builds on the same thing with performance evaluations. There are a lot of initiatives being rolled out. None of these are intended to catch people doing something wrong. And so we recognize that the right thing to do is to really provide people with information and training so that if there are things that they don't understand, they have an opportunity to learn it, right? We can all do better when we know more. There are key topics that have been focused on, and staff will be in the receipt of regular training on these topics to keep them, again, fresh in their minds and informing the way they look at their work. These key topics were all identified by staff as issues they felt challenged with over time in their roles as working in the city, or issues where they felt uncomfortable speaking about in their roles in the city. And so we're going to start with training on these key topics just to make sure, again, people are being set up for success in the city, and that everyone who engages with the city can also expect a sensitivity and an understanding of these types of issues when they interact with city staff. And next slide. The final deliverable from the 2021 cohort is not complete, and that is intentional. This is going to be a citywide equity plan, and we took that very seriously and looked at many other cities' plans to understand what was out there, what we could be focusing on, and where we needed to go as a city. In phase one, we really came down on some core recommendations for how we can move the city forward on a citywide level. And you'll learn a little bit more about phase two in a bit. But the citywide equity plan is to really look at our organization from top to bottom, from left to right, and look at everything from budgeting and contracting to the way we handle our communications, the data we collect, and so on, to make sure that anywhere we have gaps in equity that have been inadvertently created by policy, we are now taking steps to correct those and close those gaps. So in the 2022 cohort, we will continue working on these priorities, and we will eventually finalize a citywide equity plan, ideally by the end of this year. Next slide. And after this one, you get a brief break from me. Our 2022 Racial Equity Committee is going to look at things a little bit differently. In year one, we really wanted to do foundational work looking at citywide priorities that would impact staff and the people who are coming to work for the city. In year two, we're going to take a different tack and have each EIO work with their department head to look inward at their own department, identify a best first step for where that department can move things forward with respect to equity. The EIOs will work with the committee as a group to advance that work, and those efforts will fold into the citywide equity plan. And so that's why I say phase one of that equity plan was done in the last year, and phase two, we can't complete it without really having the departments look in and understand what's the best thing for them to do. So those will get folded in. Outside the Racial Equity Committee, there are other things happening. Delana and I are keeping busy trying to advance this priority. We are piloting an equity assessment tool for new policies and capital improvement projects that come before council. There are a few cities that already have something like this where it's just a process point where we make sure we look at which groups are benefiting from a policy, which groups may be burdened by a policy, and how they were engaged before we finally bring that policy to you as council. The next thing that we've been working on is the expansion of our language access program. Thankfully, I'm very grateful to all of you. We received additional funding last year and are now able to provide interpretation for all council meetings, interpretation for all board and commission meetings upon request, and translation of documents 5 pages or less at no cost to the department. This year, we are going to look at going even farther with that, creating citywide standards for when we provide translation interpretation, thinking about whether we need staff to coordinate the use of our interpretation and translation services and so on. So really excited to continue to expand that work and expand that access. It's been a really great benefit to our boards and commissions so far, and hopefully to those who participate in council meetings as well. And then we are also going to continue bringing training to our staff. As I said, none of this is supposed to be a gotcha. None of this is supposed to be making life harder for people. We want to make sure people have the information and the skills they need to do this well. So we will continue doing in-person or virtual implicit bias training. And we are also very excited to bring forward upstander training, which are key skills for how you can be part of a situation that you can see is going wrong and how you can intervene in that situation in a safe way that protects both yourself, the person who may be, at threat in the situation, and how community members can also look to staff to support them in those situations. So those are a few of the projects that we are advancing outside the committee. Next slide.
Okay, and so on this slide, you can see the names of the 2022 equity and inclusion officers from every city department. Okay, and so we just wanted to give an update on affinity groups. A lot of these groups are being created as a safe space for staff who identify a particular way. So, for example, affinity group for Black staff is in the works right now, and then also the Coalition of Asian and Pacific Employees of Santa Monica, that's also another group in the works. They are working on gaining citywide recognition. And also wanted to mention, in 2020, we had launched the Santa Monica Alliance of White Anti-Racists and also Community. We had staff members who launched those affinity groups to support the equity work that the city was advancing, and those groups have joined out in Santa Monica, which is already affinity group that was established. And then also last year, we worked on publishing an affinity group AI, which provides guidance to staff on how to create an affinity group and the process that they go through to gain city recognition. So really excited about that. We've been receiving quite a bit of interest from staff about creating these affinity groups.
All right, I get to end on the joy slide of our cultural celebrations. These are things that really have taken root partially through our affinity groups and having staff of a shared background come together and work together to celebrate their heritage. And then in other cases, it's coming just from individuals in the organization, and we welcome both. It's really, really exciting and gratifying to see everyone shining a light on their culture and bringing people into deeper understanding of those things. And so in 2021, we had a large range of celebrations. And in 2022, we have some new additions, including Lunar New Year, which I think you're going to hear about in just 1 minute, Transgender Visibility Day, Shavuot, and Ramadan. And the way that this works is staff can always reach out and submit proposals to add additional celebrations and observances and get support from Delana, I, and others in the city manager's office to make sure that we are observing things that are important to people and respecting everyone's culture. And with that, I will turn it over to Anuj Gupta to talk about an upcoming cultural celebration.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me? All right. Well, I'm delighted to be with you all. And first of all, I can't let a moment pass without a huge thank you to Lisa and Elena for doing an incredible job, not just presenting what you just heard over the last few minutes, but also just being dynamic leaders for our organization and for all of this work with passion, with tremendous dedication. And as you heard, their work, represents and brings forward the work of our equity and inclusion officers from the past year, as well as the ones to come this year, our affinity group leaders, and just staff across the organization and every single city department who are so passionate. This is obviously very personal work, and we're proud to share it with you this evening. So on that note, I did want to just highlight, in addition to the very exciting Black History Month observances and festivities you heard about, we are also observing the beginning of the new Lunar New Year on Tuesday, February 1st. Just brief background, most Asian countries around the world do observe Lunar New Year, marking the end of a cold winter and the start to spring, and a time to celebrate a fresh start and hope for good fortune in the new year with family and loved ones, something that we can certainly use more of this year. So I'm proud to be a part of the Coalition of Asian and Pacific Employees of Santa Monica, or CAPE SM, which is a newly forming affinity group of Asian American city staff. And the team has created a brief video featuring Jingyo, our planning manager, who you know very well, to give a quick overview of how she celebrates the Lunar New Year traditions with her family. I want to note that a full version of the Cape SM Lunar New Year video can be found on the city's official YouTube page. And of course, this is the year of the tiger, and the tiger represents strength, courage, and passion. And we all know that the past few years have undoubtedly been full of challenges, but Cape SM definitely would like to shower on everybody blessings of peace, prosperity, and happiness for the new year to everyone in the city. And we hope that the new year brings with it great new positive beginnings. So with that, I believe our colleagues in the clerk's office have the video ready.
恭喜发财，新年快乐，万事如意. Growing up in Brunei, within the Chinese community, I remember Chinese New Year being the best celebration of the year. We would clean the house the night before New Year celebrations, put on red-colored clothes, and lion dances would come through the entire neighborhood, stopping at every house with all the sounds, cacophony of drums and cymbals and firecrackers. As a small child, I loved it and was scared of them at the same time. So I remember watching from the balcony, and I would hold the lettuce for the lion dancers to catch. Family and friends came to our house. We celebrated with a lot of food, and we went around and visited other people's houses as well. And each dish carries meaning, and it carried meaning at the time, and it still does, for good luck, good health, prosperity, and unity. We had fish, we had fa cai, which are noodles, oranges, chicken, just a huge spread. The best part that I remember was receiving hongbao, which are the red packets of money that all parents and aunts and uncles, family friends would give to us, and we would joke, 恭喜发财红包拿来, which translated essentially means Happy New Year, now hand it over. And as kids, that was, some of the funnest part, I guess, of Chinese New Year. When I got older, we went to temple, and we would pray to the gods for blessings for our family for the new year. Now that I've grown and started my own family, I pass the traditions on to my own daughter. And the new year is as festive an occasion as we can make it without a whole bunch of family around. But it's always an opportunity to start anew, wish good health and prosperity and peace to family and friends. And now I'm not really receiving as much hongbao anymore. I'm actually the one giving it out to the next generation. So although it's not quite the same as home, we decorate the house here in Santa Monica. We make the food, and I've been teaching her the greetings that she will need to know to show respect to her elders over the Chinese New Year occasion. So just like me, she loves the lion dances too. And here's a little photo of her at Santa Monica Place. So that's my recollection of Chinese New Year and how I celebrated it then and what I do now. So in this year of the tiger, I wish all of you 身体健康, 出入平安, good health and peace for this coming year.
So I guess I have to say I thought that was incredibly moving. And I see Kristen wants to say something.
Well, Mayor.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'll just close it out with, I just want to thank you and the entire City Council for your tremendous support for this work. It means so much to us that we're able to bring this forward to you, and you can see what your support produces. Our employees have done tremendous work, and I'm very grateful for their passion, their commitment. As Anuj well stated, this is hard work, this is emotional work, this is personal work, but employees have come forward to really share their stories and to grow and to learn together. So again, I just really want to thank you for your leadership and thank Lisa, Delana, Anuj, the 2021 EIOs and the 2022 EIOs. I'm just grateful for their leadership, and I'll turn it over to you, Mayor and Council, if you have any questions for us or for any of the presenters. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I just found out we do have a caller for this item.
Good. We would. Yes. Then I can wipe my eyes and get ready for it. Right.
Okay, Esther, we're ready.
Okay, give me a second. Welcome, Ann Thanawala. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Oh, hello. Good evening, everyone. I enjoyed the presentation very much, and I think it's wonderful that we've got city staff getting together and celebrating the various cultures of which they belong to. This is also work that's being done within the school district. And, you know, there comes a question mark in many people's minds when it comes to kind of doing this work and then finding affinity for those people who are a part of multicultures and how they fit in. So I just wondered how that's being addressed, because there's a feeling, believe it or not, of isolation of students, and I would imagine their staff who might be feeling left out of this process. So that's all I wanted to say. It is something to be considered, and it should be discussed. Thank you.
City Manager, do you want to address this? Because I'm happy to address it if you want.
Sure. I appreciate the comments and feedback, and certainly in the context of our organization, we do, appreciate, that there are lots of different reactions to this work, and we work very hard to create safe spaces for folks to engage and to provide opportunities for folks to express their feelings, and we do it in a very sensitive way. So I think our work is centered on providing voice to employees and also providing opportunities for folks to engage and react and, share their perspectives. So I think we're very sensitive to what the caller shared.
Was the caller asking what we do for people of multicultural backgrounds?
That was what I understood the question.
That this doesn't, that people who are of multicultural backgrounds are somehow left out of these conversations?
That was what I heard. I mean, I don't, and I was just going to say, and let me, so this whole work, the body of work really began in June of 2020, around June of 2020. And I'm amazed at the progress that's been made. It was something that was simply not addressed directly the way it's being addressed directly now. As I say many times, I grew up in Baltimore, a very ugly place to grow up, ugly place to live, even today. And California is a relief after growing up there, but still there's work to be done. And I think that for every comment like the one we just received, or the comments we received at the time that we started these initiatives, I think that all we can do is be open and flexible and try to hear and react appropriately. I think we have tried to do that, but I have to say to Ms. Benacana and Ms. Parsons have done a remarkable job moving this forward, and Ms. Benacana has done an amazing job on the DEI program, which was not there a year ago. So I want to congratulate both of them. I think you've done remarkable work. I want to thank the DEI department representatives, and I am really pleased that everybody is trying to find some answers in what seems like a very hard and difficult problem and a very uphill battle to help us move forward. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Sorry, I just want to directly respond to the speaker. I'm a cisgender straight woman, and I routinely participate out in Santa Monica. I have found these affinity groups to not be exclusionary, but to be inclusive. And so you don't necessarily have to be a certain way, a certain person, identify with a certain group to participate. So I just want to make it clear that it's been my experience that even if you don't, I don't know any other way to put it, sort of fit the sweet spot for a particular affinity group, I have found them all to be very welcoming and appreciative of the support. So I think there is a place for everyone to land, no matter how they self-identify or how they feel they fit into the affinity group. It's more about inclusion, not exclusion.
But let me just say, Councilmember Davis, that I think it's important that we hear any kind of input people have, listen to it and act on it, because this is all about how you feel, and everybody's feelings, no matter how reality-based, need to be valid in our views so that we can respond to them and so that everybody feels as if they have a place. Councilmember De La Torre.
First of all, I want to thank staff for all the work they've done so far, and I think we're on the path of doing some great things if we stay focused. And I want to make sure that, and just as on reflection, I think a culture shift, like changing a culture, starts also at the top. And I think what I want to not get into a long discussion, but we should reflect on how we as a city council can participate in a real way, how we can have dialogue amongst ourselves. I mean, this is arguably probably the most diverse city council in the city's history. So we have a great opportunity and a great responsibility to meet the moment, to engage in discussion and dialogue. Because, I guess from my position, I have an interesting take on all this work. I don't want us to, and I know staff has to focus on sort of the trainings on how we feel, sort of dialogue about how we can get along, and that's great. I support that 100%. In the end, though, I think we really need to look at what was mentioned in the equity plan, looking at hiring decisions, budgeting, contracting, because ultimately, even if we have a dialogue and we say, hey, this is how I feel as a person of color, let's say, or a woman or whatever, your identity is, if you walk away from that conversation and you still are less employed, or you have harder time getting funded through a grant, or your business still doesn't get a contracting opportunity, we're still missing the point. It's sort of like what Martin Luther King said. He's like, what's the point of sitting at the lunch counter, but yet you can't afford anything on the menu? I think racial justice, we have to have economic justice as well. So I'm really looking forward to those types of discussions. And I think, like I said, I really applaud that we are identifying those areas that we need to work on. Like I'll give you one big example. Is like the planning department, for example. There isn't one African American or one Latino, Mexican American in the organization right now in 2022. And yet this is the department that is making a lot of decisions around development, around gentrification, and so forth. So not to just pick on that department, but we need a department by department analysis so we understand where the gaps are. I think that'd be very important to do that type of assessment. I think surveying staff, we've hired a lot of we've contracted services in the past. It'd be really important, I think, to get a good assessment, from our staff of how they feel. And I think, the implicit bias training, I think, is great. I would like, as a council member, to sort of get that department by department analysis. Who's in the organization now? Where are the gaps that we might address with recruitment, and retention practices? But also, finding out what are some issues, like sort of the elephant in the room, that we need to discuss. And I really love the idea of the cross-cultural teams, like working in cross-cultural teams. I think we should really focus a lot on how we can unite, right? What are the points of unity? Because I think that's really, really key. Is ultimately all this work is about how do we bring people together to be a stronger team, a diverse team and a stronger team. And then the last part I want to say is, how do we engage the community, right? I mean, right now it's very kind of sounds insular, but it sounds like there's a plan to go outside of the organization in terms of when we talk about hiring, budgeting, contracting, and so forth. So I'm looking forward to that part of it. I'd like to find a way on how, as a council member, I can engage, because I'm also a resident. You know, I'm born and raised here in Santa Monica. I have an experience growing up in the Pico neighborhood that I'd like to share, you know, with this process, so that we can come out as a stronger organization. Last thing I want to say is this. On reflection, I was thinking about this. You know, the demographics have shifted tremendously. Like right now, just in the state of California alone, you know, we look at the public education system, and like 55% of all the public education students in the state right now are Latino alone, not to mention any other group, but it's because it's such a large group in our public schools. You know, we have a huge opportunity there on how we can change cultures so that the demographic changes that are happening, we embrace that, we integrate that in a way that makes our city just a better city, you know, for everyone, for visitors and residents alike. So anyway, just applaud the work. Want to really dive deep from the top down throughout the organization, so that we can really show tangible results. So I'm excited about that. Thank you.
I just, I didn't get to go earlier, and I just, not to belabor this but I just really want to thank staff for the unbelievable work that you continue to do on behalf of the residents of Santa Monica, and the work that you're doing to help your own peers and staff. It's remarkable. I continue to be impressed by what this city and its staff are able to do on a daily basis. And it was so interesting when the issue of the microaggressions and the examples, you know, I fear that the majority of staff that submit issues of microaggression, it's not peer-to-peer. These are experiences they're having in the community in their roles as city staff. And it breaks my heart. But I want you to know, for any staff that are listening, that the overwhelming majority of Santa Monicans deeply appreciate everything that you do to make this an exceptional city to live in. And I hope that you all know that. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for raising awareness. Thank you for elevating the caliber of what a city staff is capable of.
So thank you, Kristen. That was wonderful. And seeing nothing further, and thank you, David, for putting this on. So I think that that was our fun for the evening, and and now we move on to business.
Okay, so let me ask if any of the city council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting. Nope. Okay. All right, so now we're going to move on to consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have no callers at this moment.
Well, let me announce the phone number again, I guess, 310-312-8173.
And the lines have been open, by the way, this entire time.
Yeah, so, yes, Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to pull 3E.
Yes, it's the testing. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 3A.
Anybody else? So will someone move the remainder of the consent calendar, please?
I'll move the remainder.
Second.
So we are voting on items on the consent calendar with the exception of item 3A and 3E. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes 7-0.
Okay,
So
so
should we-
3A is award request for proposal and enter into agreement with Back on Beach Food Company, Inc. for concessions at the Annenberg Beach House. And this was pulled by Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I have a question regarding this contract. The last first of all, how many years has this company had a contract in that site?
I want to see if our Community Services Director, Andy Agel, is here to answer these questions.
I think it said 1989 is when they first started operating.
Yeah, it said in the staff report. So that would be 11 and 21. That would be 33 years.
33 years. So and then from my understanding, the contract, the last contract expired on December 1st of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes, they were awarded a contract per the staff report in 2008.
Yeah, and so we're talking about a 15-year contract. Is that correct? Because it's a 10-year concession agreement, but the option means that they have the ability unilaterally to extend the contract 5 more years, so it's a total of 15. Is that correct?
I can
proposed.
Well, hold on. It sounds like we have a staff member. Who's here?
This is Nan Friedman from at the beach house.
Thank you.
It is not unilaterally their decision. It is at the city's discretion based on performance.
Based on performance. So it's a 10-year contract, but with potentially then with our decision the option to renew it for 5 more years.
Yes, that's correct.
And does that have to come back to the city council, that renewal, that 5-year extension?
No, I don't believe so.
So this is a staff decision. The staff can make that decision, correct?
I believe that's true, but is Shannon?
Yeah, this is Andy's here. Yes, I'll confirm. Yes. So if they are in compliance with all of the terms of the lease, then the staff would have the authority to extend it if they request.
Mm-hmm. Do we know what their performance has been? I mean, in terms of like just their profit margin, for example. Do we typically get that? Does staff attain that type of information so we know like how profitable the business is?
So we get. I'll Nan, jump in here if you want to. We get gross sales information from all of our lessees, which is important because that's how we base the rent. So pretty much all of our rents are based on a base rent with a participation rent, and that participation rent is based on their gross sales. So we collect information on gross sales for all of our tenants. We do not collect information on expenses, and in order to understand what the actual profit is, we would have to collect information on expenses, which we do not.
Okay. The prior rent deal was 10% of gross sales with a minimum annual rent of $100,000. Why are we going with an 8% this time around, or 200,000? Can you explain like why that's happening?
Sure. So before the process was started for this RFP, we actually did an assessment of other beach adjacent restaurants and looked at what were the terms in terms of the length of the lease, the base rent, and the participation rent, and we had the advice of a real estate economist who advises a variety of cities and counties on these types of issues, and they recommended that based on their assessment of other beach-adjacent restaurants. And so, for example, two beach-adjacent leases that the city recently executed had the same terms.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of other bids, do we understand why, for example, it seems like this business has been pretty much an exclusive sort of. We've been contracting exclusively with them for 30 plus years. Has staff looked into other options or other providers for the services we seek there, or do we?
So this was actually an RFP. So we didn't just go to the same restaurateur and say, hey, do you want to extend the lease? We actually put out an RFP, which is what we do for all of our leases when they come up, is we go through a competitive process. And it's really important that we're testing the market. So in the absence, if we just said, oh, let's continue this lease, we wouldn't have a sense of who else is out there, what might they be offering, what might be potentially in the better interest of the city. And that's why going through that solicitation process is critical to the city's leasing process.
And within the staff report, some data that we were able to share with council was 18 vendors downloaded the actual RFP itself, and 2 vendors, as outlined in the staff report, back on the beach and Made by Meg Catering were the sole 2 to actually respond to the RFP. But as I stated, 18 vendors actually downloaded it. So we don't know why they chose not to bid, but they didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was kind of concerned about. Like, it seems like it's a lucrative contract, and I know we've made other decisions where one, we want to diversify. We want to sort of open up that process. It seems like it was open, but we don't know why those bids aren't being submitted, and I'm interested to know more about that. It seems that more competition is probably better. And in this case, I mean, do we have any concerns also in terms of with COVID and just the volatility of everything that's going on? I mean, do we feel that having sort of that longevity, in a 10-year agreement, do we feel that's the right approach at this point? Just looking at everything that's happened with restaurants and that industry. I mean, is that the right approach right now?
I just want to say something. I have 2 brothers in the restaurant business. This is a very hard business. Almost every restaurant, more than 50%, fails in the first year. If you have a vendor who's able to stay in business and operate profitably for this period of time, it means that they have a product that people want. I'm not suggesting that nobody else can do it, but the best we can do is put out an RFP, right? 18 people download it, we get 2 bids, and we pick the best bidder. But I think that in terms of taking a chance on this stream of revenue for us, and this is something that's very integral. The cafe is integral to Annenberg. So I think that this is not a place where you want to have more volatility. I think you want to have more stability. You may disagree, but that's what I think.
And the other, I think with the, 10 years in some ways for an RFP like this is reasonable for a city like ourselves, right? To ensure that we have guaranteed revenue from one of our lessees. And I hear what you're saying with regard to basically, is the evaluation criteria, it sounds like this is what you were saying, is the evaluation criteria such that even though 18 people downloaded, they were not in a position to continue with the full proposal because it was too, difficult to comply with, potentially, right? And I think that's, something maybe the city manager, we can talk about at another time, sort of what criteria. I mean, the criteria seems reasonable that was listed in the staff report. I don't know what role if any we can specifically play in determining specific RFP criteria, but maybe that's a conversation for another time.
Councilmember Davis, and then Councilmember Parra, and then Councilmember Brock, and then Councilmember DeGrete. Can everybody remember that? Because I can't.
So I just want to say that I'm all in favor of always looking at our RFPs, but this is, I think, as Mayor Himmelrich pointed out, a crucial spot. And so we want to set a high bar. This is not a place where we want low barriers to entry and then have someone come in and fail, because then we're stuck and you have an empty restaurant at one of our premier public locations. So, and not only, it should be remembered that not only does Back in the Beach operate as a restaurant, but they also do catering at the beach house. So they are really an integral part of that entire operation. And as pointed out in the staff report, they are also, because of their long-standing time there and their profitability, able to commit to make $300,000 in capital improvements, which I think is also key, because that's $300,000 that the city doesn't have to spend in capital improvements at the restaurant. So I think, we always want to be as inclusive as possible in terms of creating opportunities for people, but this is such a key point. You want someone who's got a track record. You want someone who's got the ability to not just operate, but actually improve the operation with capital expenditures, and someone who can support the activities of the beach house. So I think it's a unique situation where we need to make sure that we're rock solid with whomever we choose.
Councilmember Parra.
I have a kind of a generic question, just because I don't have a copy. This is my first experience with this, and so I don't have a copy of the agreement in front of me. But so understanding that all the beach adjacent leases have been modeled the same, and so let's say that this is like a sole proprietor running, a restaurant at, one of these establishments, right? And let's say something happens, like an unforeseen circumstance that doesn't allow the proprietor to continue the business for whatever reason. They get sick, something happens, whatever. What does the agreement say? Are they able to transfer ownership to someone else, get out of the lease? Like, what happens in that type of situation? Can they sell the lease to somebody else? Does it revert back to us and we open up the RFP process again? Very curious about what happens if it's in the middle of that 10-year lease.
I think this is something that Nan Friedman can answer.
I'm sorry to say that I can't answer it right now. Our analyst, Joyce Perez, might have the answer to that right now. Other than that, we'd have to look at we would have to take a close look at the agreement and find the specific answer to that.
And
Nan,
Andy,
let me see if I can help, because obviously there's not a new lease, so that would be negotiated. But it is typical that there are transfer rights within agreements. But what those require is that whoever would take over that space has to comply with everything that was agreed to by the current lessee. And so if there was an attempt to transfer things and somebody said, well, actually, I don't want to comply with this or comply with that, then, that's sort of a case where it would have to go back to ground zero.
Okay, so there's the ability potentially that they can transfer, but not necessarily sell the lease to somebody else.
So sometimes when transfers happen, there may be some value. I mean, goodwill is often something that you'd pay for. You could have somebody come in and say, we're going to continue to operate back on the beach, and they're probably going to pay for that goodwill if people know that it's back on the beach.
Okay. I would like to know.
And this is Joe Lawrence. It is, without seeing this particular lease, it is quite common in city contracts to have transfer, assignment, sale provisions where the city has to approve. So it's not as though somebody on their own can just transfer or sell the contract and the city is stuck with whomever they do that transfer with. The city actively has to approve.
Okay. Thank you. I was just
Joe,
very
can I
curious
just,
about this. Sorry.
yeah. Oh, Joe, can I just add to that? Because part of that approval is typically preceded by a due diligence process as part of what the city wants to ensure as that whoever's the transferee or the assignee actually has the ability to carry forward on the lease. So obviously something like this, you wouldn't want, if they came along and said, we're going to transfer it to somebody that's never operated a restaurant, has no familiarity with the restaurant business, we would probably be very skeptical of approving that kind of transfer.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brock, then Councilmember Negrete.
So I had one question, and then the last couple of comments spurred a second. So my first, and I don't know this about city contracts, but Back on the Beach has been a stellar tenant down at the beach, and before that on Broadway as well. My question, however, is, do we require in our leases any kind of robust diversity hiring program or a city resident first program, if that's possible, for employees to try and provide residents of the city with more employment options? Or do we encourage that in the city leases of restaurants? That's question one. Anyone?
They'll say, I don't know. Nan, do you know?
I don't know. In the agreement, I don't know. There might have been something kind of standard in the RFP, but I'd have to look at the agreement.
Because that, to me, I would think, look, we have a restaurant, they need employees. We have people in our city who need employment. And in a city lease, we actually have that opportunity, I would think, unless that's illegal, and Joe will tell me, I'm sure, whether or not we can ask that a city leasee provide diversity hiring and provide some preference for qualified city residents to be waiters, busboys, restaurant managers, cooks, sous chefs, whatever it might be at catering at that restaurant. So that's the follow-up, because I think that's important for residents to know, and it's something we should be, with our commitment to diversity and inclusion, is also doing that with businesses that have city leases. And then I guess I'll ask my second question at the same time. I think my question was, so if you give Back on the Beach or Perry's or McDonald's, whoever it might be, on a city lease, and you realize that there's value to that lease, that's the only restaurant on the beach in Santa Monica. And yes, they also have a tie-in to the catering because of an agreement when the Annenberg opened. So my question there is, I thought you could indeed make a contract personal to the operator, and therefore it would not be transferable without city approval, because theoretically the seller of that business could make a lot of extra money by having that city lease. So those are my two questions, and I know Joe sort of addressed that, and I missed part of it, so I'm not trying to be repetitious.
He totally addressed it, Bill.
Okay, well, he can give me let him give me a quick 2-sentence answer then. And
okay,
then,
but everyone needs to pay attention. It's 8:14 and we're on consent.
Well, if I could get an answer on the first part as well. Thank you.
If you have a lot of questions there, I believe. On one of your questions was, could the city have some kind of hiring policy clause, et cetera, in the lease? Was that one of your questions?
Yes.
I think as a theoretical matter, that's probably something that could be pursued. In this particular matter, I don't think the RFP had that. So for this particular lease, you could not, require that at this point in time because it wasn't part of the RFP process. But going forward, I would think
that would be something to look at for the future then.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the city manager and Andy and his staff is something and the city attorney's office can get together and explore that as something going forward. And on the other question about, what I would call the key person criteria, that there's some unique ownership that's critical to an operation. That too is sometimes in certain kinds of contracts. It's not in this arrangement, even though this particular business has a well-known owner. It's not critical necessarily. He's not necessarily critical to the operation from the city's perspective. I mean, the success of the business is, but the actual person who might own it is less important. But certainly certain contracts have as I said, a key person clause. But again, that was not a requirement of this RFP, and is not generally a requirement of any city lease that I'm aware of.
It is, I know, in the private world sometimes, in shopping centers, et cetera. Thank you very much for those answers.
Yes, Councilmember Negrete.
I was just going to say that I think, going back to what Councilmember De La Torre was alluding to, I think, and I don't want to speak for you, Oscar, but I think, well, a couple things. One, echoing what Gleam's Councilmember Davis said, that this is a huge real estate, a huge undertaking at the beach. And while it would be nice to open it up and give more opportunity to people who maybe don't have the experience but want the opportunity to be there, I think we have to think about a couple things, and one of which is making sure people are successful when we put them in that position. So other pathways to get to there, and how we communicate the RFP process. So I think if you're in that business, you're paying attention and you're looking for RFPs. I know as a business myself, for example, I'm constantly, we do a search all the time for all, school-wide RFPs, and when colleges put out RFPs for instruments. So if you're in the business and you're a restaurant and you're looking to have that space, you should be fully aware, but maybe we can do a better job at communicating the RFP process, not saying that we don't already. And also to take into consideration that I think what we hear from community members a lot, myself included, is like we're losing that nostalgia of Santa Monica when we see a lot of these businesses go away. So while we say someone's been there a really long time, that's sort of the beauty and the history of Santa Monica as well too. And we want to also maintain some of those legacy businesses in Santa Monica. It might not relate specifically to this, but just something to consider when we're looking at, opening it up to other people, that there's also that piece that's got history in Santa Monica as well, having some of these older legacy businesses and maintaining that. I think in the RFP process that probably weighs heavily, but I can see that maybe there's a better way to include more people and how we communicate the RFP process and when it's going out. I don't know what forms other than maybe I don't know if we tweet it out besides having it on the website or what, but maybe there's a need for some sort of, when we're back in person and we can have events so that people know when to look for these things.
Well, I assume this was on Planet Bids. Is that so? We usually, our RFP process usually is local newspapers like that, and Planet Bids is a standard database that people put bids on. So I'm guessing that it was something like that, but the fact that it was downloaded 18 times tells me that it was not overlooked.
People might. But that's also you could say the opposite. It's just people who aren't familiar with the process when it comes to municipalities and
I hear you. I know. But we can look at the process. But on this particular item, at this particular time of night, Councilmember De La Torre.
I just in the prior discussion, we talked a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is not privately owned land, it's publicly owned land. So we have some unique opportunities there. And I just want us to be reflective of that, 18 bids and really we're continuing a relationship with someone that's been there for 30 plus years. I'm not saying that is totally wrong. I'm just saying I'm questioning how is it that we aren't sort of having others be successful in the bidding process. I'm really focusing on that. Like, this is on publicly owned land. There's unique opportunities to do some of the things that we're saying that we want to do, and I just don't want to miss those opportunities. I think, I want to be aware of the moment in time. The last question I had really was, usually in like leases, there's like a 4% increase every year. Why don't we have that within this type of agreement? Like, why don't we have like I don't know, 2%, 3%, 4%? Usually it's like 3 to 4% that the lease goes up in Santa Monica. Is there a reason why we don't apply that in this type of agreement?
Well, real quick, Councilmember, before maybe Andy jumps into that one, I do want to echo your comments and questions, because I think that we are very mindful of wanting to capitalize on this moment in time and come up with strategies around procurement and contracting that will help to diversify our pool. So I don't want to spill the beans, so to speak, or share too much more of what will be coming in front of you in future council meetings. But I can absolutely assure you that we have staff who are very mindful of this, and I can guarantee for you in upcoming budget proposals from city staff, you will absolutely hear from us needing the resources in order to do more and do better at getting and broadening our advertising for contracting and supporting broader diversity in our contracting activities. So we hear you, and we will be working towards that, and we'll be asking for the resources to get there. So when we get there, we'll be asking for your support so we can do that. So I just wanted to share that before Andy comments on these terms itself.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate it.
Sue, I'd like to move.
Oh, okay. I thought Andy was going to, but I guess we aren't going to hear from Andy. Good. So motion by Brock, seconded by Negrete. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now we're on 3E.
Item 3E is authorization of contract with Manny Day, doing business as Los Angeles COVID Testing Corporation for COVID testing and associated services for city employees. And this was pulled by Councilmember Brock.
You're muted, Phil.
Sorry. I'm not sure we need a full report, City Manager, but I have questions about the contract. Is this, we are applying to FEMA for reimbursement, or do we believe we'll get reimbursement for this? That's question one.
We will be applying to FEMA for this work. And Lindsay and Stephen, who have joined us this evening from the Office of Emergency Management, can speak to our past success in applying to FEMA for reimbursement of these types of costs.
Thank you, Dave. Councilmember Brock, yes, to date, we actually have submitted 3 applications that are very similar to this for testing, specifically for city employees, whether it's testing or outbreak testing or mandated testing for the city. To date, we have submitted 3 projects totaling just over $140,000. And this project is very consistent with the actual contract which we are putting in place and aligned with all the FEMA guidelines. So we do anticipate that this project will continue to be eligible for FEMA reimbursement at 100%.
Okay, and then I guess my follow-up is there no other way for the employees to get tested and report their testing? Is it something that we have to provide? Because the feedback I got from some residents was sort of hands in the air. Why are we spending $1 million? So my first question's answered, that 90% chance that we'll get reimbursed for this. I never want to put it at 100% because we all know things can change. But my other question is that the only way to ensure that these 200 and some odd employees who were on either religious, medical, something exemption have can bring a test in. And is that on, I guess my other question is, are they each being tested on city time?
And I can.
I would like for Stephen to answer this. The one point I just want to open with is that this testing is for the entire workforce, not just for the employees that have necessarily not been, who have received a medical or religious exemption. So I just want to open with that as Stephen explains how we use this service and what it's used for.
And David, thank you, because that's a huge clarification for me right there. I appreciate that. Yes, Stephen, sorry.
Yes. Yes. So because we have different groups that we are testing, we wanted to make sure that we had one vendor that we were with for reporting purposes and payment purposes, so we can streamline for our staff. At this time, specifically the Cal OSHA and Department of Public Health have guidelines which require us to provide on-site testing to city staff. So that is actually lumped into this contract. But in addition to that, we have the 220 employees that are mandated where we can test them on city time and on city property. The caveat that we are trying to make sure is for the reporting purposes, which is we can't have that if people are testing at home or at county sites. Our Human Resources Division department can actually view if employees are testing and then also assist with reporting and notifications to staff.
Councilmember McCowan. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
I just want to sort of say, and considering this was a consent calendar item, and I thought it kind of went without saying why it was on the consent calendar, but, the one email that I received, at least, from a resident raising this issue, and I didn't respond to, I didn't have time today to respond, and Councilman Brock, you may have gotten more emails than this, but I think it's important that we sometimes think about why things are on the consent calendar, how they got there, and this is a perfect example. This was something that we as a council as a whole, when we implemented our vaccine mandate, this was one of the realities and effects of that mandate, that we were going to have to test. And obviously now, and then the change in Cal OSHA requirements lumped in some other stuff. But I think it's important sometimes that we respond to resident questions, particularly when it may just be one or two, with a simple answer, rather than we're now an hour behind, and we've spent a lot of time here on consent calendar items. And I'm not saying that things shouldn't have the opportunity to be played out in sort of public like this, but I think that's just something important to keep in mind. When agenda planning happens and certain things end up on the consent calendar, I'm all for giving people additional background, but sometimes that can be in a simple response to the people that reach out.
And Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, while I appreciate your response,
yes,
you obviously know I differ with you in that this was, I know we approved the testing. I know we approved all that in our sessions. However, I looked at $1 million contract, and my first and foremost question was this going to be reimbursed by FEMA, or was this $1 million out of our budget? Hold on. And so that's why I brought it up. That's why I pulled it, which I have the right to do. And I have the right to make sure that if I believe our residents, and the resident you're referring to, I think, was we shouldn't do testing at all. And that's not what I was discussing. That's not what I'm concerned about. So I thank you for your comments, but we'll differ on this issue. I move that we approve the contract.
Councilmember McCowan, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, do you want to say something to close?
Yeah.
No.
All that information.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Who made the second?
Oscar.
Yeah, moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Okay, so now we're on to the ordinances. We have introduction and adoption of emergency interim zoning ordinance and emergency ordinance to extend permitting timelines. And Mayor, before we start, can you give out the phone number again, please?
Yes, if you have public comment, the number is 310-312-8173. Again, 310-312-8173. And let me reassure the public that no one is more anxious to get back into City Hall and see your faces again than we are. So on that note, that's the number to call. We can't, if we're hearing from staff, I can't hear anything.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The next item on the agenda tonight is emergency IZO and an emergency ordinance to extend permitting timelines. The purpose of these extensions are to convert COVID emergency orders related to permit timelines to an emergency IZO as well as an emergency ordinance. And this is based on applicant feedback that additional time is needed to exercise permits as well as complete entitlement review. Particularly during this current economic period where applicants are facing impacts on construction costs. Due to the ongoing impacts of the pandemic to city operations, these extensions would continue the current COVID era deadline extensions by an additional 2 years. And this would be for planning entitlements, building permits, and plan reviews for projects with active planning entitlements or building permits as of the start of the pandemic, which was March 13th, 2020. And for projects that have been issued planning entitlements, building permits, plan checks, and have submitted applications as of the pandemic through the end of this calendar year. And of course, this is in efforts to continue the support of economic recovery. First is the emergency IZO specific to planning permit extensions, which would also allow the first permit extension request to be filed at any time, but of at least 30 days prior to the permit expiration date. Second is the emergency ordinance specific to extending building permits, as mentioned, as well as extending the public hearing procedure timeframes for applications associated with the Historic Preservation Program. And as well as also extending the Certificate of Appropriateness permit application expiration by an additional 2 years as well. To provide some background on these permit extensions, as part of the immediate economic recovery plan following the start of the pandemic, the Council outlined 5 policy areas, including business retention and reopening, and business process and permitting improvements. A series of emergency orders followed, as well as supplements that were added, including suspending and extending planning and permit-related actions. Exercise of rights of approved entitlements and issued building permits were also extended. Processing timeframes for zoning and landmark ordinances were suspended, and multiple extensions of these timeframes were also provided through emergency orders throughout this pandemic. So listed here are the existing required timeframes as codified in the municipal code. Planning entitlements are given 2 years to exercise granted rights, meaning that a building permit issuance or a commencement of a use, so a project would have to pull a building permit within the time frame after being approved for their planning entitlement. Affordable housing projects are given 3 years for processing after approval, and properties located in the coastal zone are provided an additional 6 months for a total of 2.5 years so they can obtain their coastal development permits from the Coastal Commission. For the landmarks program, certificates of appropriateness permits for improvements or alterations to our historic properties are given 1 year to obtain building permits after approval. For building permits, 1 year for plan check review with 1 6-month extension possibility, and 1 year to start construction following building permit issuance. As mentioned, the permit extensions would continue to provide an additional 2 years on top of these existing municipal code timeframe requirements. Currently, per the zoning ordinance, no extension of a planning entitlement may be granted earlier than 6 months prior to the permit expiration. And the proposed amendment today would remove this 6-month provision and allow an extension to be requested at any time just prior to 30 days before expiration. And this is to provide flexibility and certainty that projects will have adequate time to finish that are currently pending or under construction. Also listed are the public hearing timeframes required by the Landmarks Ordinance, where the proposed amendments today would require the first hearing by the Landmarks Commission for a structure of merit designation application within 100 days instead of a complete determination within the first 90 days, with a 35-day determination thereafter the first hearing, which is essentially allows an additional hearing in the event of a continuance as needed by the Landmarks Commission. First hearing for landmark designation applications within 100 days with a similar 35-day determination thereafter. And first hearing for certificate of appropriateness applications within 65 days instead of 45 days. And again, these changes are necessary due to the economic impacts of the pandemic on the city's budget, staff shortages supporting the preservation program, and additional time needed to process contracts for historic assessments, which are now funded by project applicants. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the proposed emergency IDO to extend planning permits and emergency ordinance to extend building permits, as well as the landmark ordinance timeframes. That concludes the staff report, and staff is available for any questions.
Yes, Councilmember Brock.
We received letters from the Conservancy and from several landmarks commissioners on item 7A and the landmark designation application. They said that because of the changes of rules to the Landmarks Commission, that predominantly the Conservancy are the people who are filing the applications. And they mentioned that, for instance, that even though by code a landmark designation application should make it to a public hearing within 60 days of paying the fee, today the Santa Monica Conservancy typically waits 6 to 9 months for a hearing of its application. Note that the Landmarks Commission is no longer permitted to file applications, so nearly all applications that come before the Commission today are filed by the Conservancy. One application that the Conservancy filed in April 2021 has been languishing now for 10 months. So the question is, if we wanted the owners of potential landmark dwellings to have some certainty so that they can remodel or demolish or know that a project is in line to be landmarked, does this extension hurt that? Does this extension mean that those landmark applications, and with the extended times, is that hurting the process?
Thank you for that question. The proposed extension for the timeframes for the landmarks processing timeframes would not hurt those projects. This is kind of based on kind of a reasonable and a more realistic amount of time that's needed to start to process these applications. And we've kind of shown that, even before pre-COVID, the timeframes that we've been moving on are fairly quickly as much as is kind of in staff's control. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a sense of everything that kind of goes into processing an application once something is filed for, let's say, a landmark designation application. Staff is then engaging the services of a historic preservation consultant to prepare an assessment. There is time that is required for the consultant to prepare the assessment, and of course staff review time of that product before we bring it to the Landmarks Commission for the first meeting. Also concurrent with that, depending on who is applying for the designation, if it's a third party application, then the property owner often will then elect to prepare their own assessment, which does take some time as well. So those are kind of the things that we are working through. Right now, the Landmarks Ordinance has some short time frames, and based on kind of just our current condition with the COVID and the economy at this point, extending it to the 100 days gives us a more reasonable opportunity to make sure that we're reviewing these applications correctly.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, but just to answer your question, so it doesn't necessarily start to add more time on it. There is time requirements that the process would still have to follow. But it's kind of just a slight extension of what current code is requiring in terms of processing.
So I have one follow-up, though. If the city council did not extend the Landmarks Ordinance extension as you've asked for, how would that hurt the process? We just decided we want to go back to what we had before and not extend the deadlines by 2 years.
Well, so
what would be the negative effect
yeah.
of not extending and just going back to the way it has been for years? Is there a negative effect that would happen?
I think just based on the current process right now, in terms of, as the council is probably aware, there's processing that has to happen that's funded from the applicant. In terms of getting contracts together within 65 days, as well as the Landmarks Commission is not always meeting every month as well. So that is happening not at the normal once a month occurrence that we had pre-COVID. So there is, time to kind of process applications and get contracts together, and 65 days really doesn't give staff enough time for that to be approved, as well as these assessments, historic assessments being prepared by a consultant. And so I think in terms of that, we're asking for the extension to be able to just be able to kind of realistically process these in a realistic amount of time.
And I see Jing there. I think she wants to.
Oh,
No?
can you not hear? Jing, can you hear us? Can't hear.
By the way, that was a great video.
You can't hear us.
Oh. So I guess my
well, let her, hold on. She's trying to get on. And I think she,
well, I was going to ask the last follow-up anyway, so.
but Phil, as a practical matter.
I'll hold.
This happened to me before. Jing, if you can hear me, check your speakers in your settings. Mine was on some weird speaker setting and I couldn't hear anything. So check your mic, I think, is what you want to do. So
go up to the menu. Go to your settings.
At the top. So Phil.
So my last part was, should we still be looking, if we're not going to look at the entire thing, if we say we're going to grant the staff's request, should we still be looking at the time limits on continuances? And even though emergency extensions can be really good because it can be worthwhile, but if extensions hold the status of properties in limbo, that's not helping. So what can we do to make sure that there are not undue holds on projects? And that's really the main thing, is that we want the process to work for both owners and commissions and the public.
But if we can't process the applications, then we can't require people to go to the next step. And particularly with the landmarks issue, I think that is the question, if we can't do it within a certain, but also with other projects, right? So I actually have an additional question for Steve, which is whether this applies to new applications.
See, can you hear me now?
Question.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, your Lunar New Year video literally was, I mean, I don't want to embarrass you, it was amazing. It brought me to tears. It was fantastic.
Thank you. I got nudged into doing it. I'm glad you enjoyed
it. No, we did. We all enjoyed it. It was wonderful.
Thank you. So sorry, I had a little audio issue. So I just wanted to actually respond to Councilmember Brock's question. So I think one thing to recall here is what we're trying to do is to keep everything within the framework of 130 days. So under the existing landmarks ordinance, it's 65 days to bring an application to hearing and then 65 days to make a decision, which is a total of 130 days. What we're trying to do is to provide a little bit more room for the scheduling of that hearing, so it's 100 days and then 35 days to make the decision. So in terms of the overall time frame to get to a decision, there is no change in that overall time frame. You know, it's 5 days difference. It's effectively the same. And I think the other important part of that, because of the concern that was raised about, you know, holding our properties, you know, in this limbo, what we've actually experienced in essentially all designation applications, we looked back for a number of years. And, you know, the reason we're not getting these things to hearing within 65 days is very often the property owner, in all cases, actually, the property owner requested the extension because, as Steve mentioned, they prepare their own assessments. They want time to prepare and review the materials, you know, which obviously they have every right to do, given, you know, that the hearing is regarding their property. So, you know, city staff prepares an assessment, but that property owner also engages their own assessment. And then for any applications that come out of the demolition process, remember that the property owner pays for the assessment and pays for the application fee. You know, so we can't actually even start engaging the consultant until we receive those funds. And so, you know, all of those reasons together, you know, there just is, it's not a realistic time frame, I think, is what we're trying to share. And, you know, we're trying just to set it at something that's more realistic, that we actually know that we're getting to without having to continuously request extensions from a property owner who, you know, isn't ready to have that application heard anyways. But again, it doesn't extend beyond that 130-day, you know, total, which is in the existing ordinance and existing process already.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Bill, do you want to move it?
I'd be happy to.
We have a member of the public.
Do you have any public comment?
Oh, excuse me, we do have public comment. Excuse me. Thanks, Glee.
Question.
Welcome, Nina Fresco. You're in the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Hello?
Hi, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Excuse me, we do have public comment.
Hi.
We can hear you, Nina. Go ahead.
Probably want to turn off.
Hello, this is me. Are you speaking to me?
If you just turn your radio in the background and just talk to us through the phone, you're just getting a delay.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm speaking through the phone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, councilor members, for bringing up the landmarks ordinance timing issues. It is definitely a different process when the owner pays for the reports, but this extension at the front end deprives the commission of a 65-day window that could allow for a continuance if they need to get more information on an application. And the Conservancy doesn't participate in every single application, and sometimes we find out about them only a few days before the hearing and may have information that we need to gather to present. Property owners have the right to continue an application regardless. So if they do need more time for their independent reports, they can ask for it. although as I noted in my letter, those continuances should also have a time limit, because we have one application we filed that in April that came on the agenda. It flashed on the agenda in July and was continued by a property owner then, and we still have not seen hide nor hair of that application. And we did pay $1,000 of hard-earned nonprofit funding to file that application, and we would like to see our application heard at a hearing. So I understand why staff is reorganizing the timelines, but I think that there are things that are lost, and the needs of property owners are provided for them in their rights in the ordinance to continue their hearings if they need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mayor, before we go any further, I'd like to ask the city attorney, does this need to be voted on two? Do we need two motions for this? Because we have a 1 and we have a 2.
Let me just say, well, certainly two votes is the safer way. Just
Okay, so I hear you. Sorry, I lost my place a little. So I guess the first thing I need is a motion to, and I'm going to do it the way where I read what the motion I need is, so you don't have to say it again. So let me try this. So may I have a motion to introduce and adopt an interim zoning ordinance, reading by title only and waiving further reading thereof, extending deadlines to exercise and continuously pursue the rights granted under planning entitlements, permits, and approvals issued and still active as of March 13th, 2020, were issued between March 13th, 2020 and December 31, 2022, or for which applications were received between March 13th, 2020 and December 31, 2022. You mean 2021. I'm sorry, this is a typo in what I'm reading, I believe. Someone help me?
No, that's what it says that's what it says.
But that's not what it says in the staff report. I believe it says December 31st, 2021. Can someone, I'm just looking at this and I'm not, hold on. I'm going to go back to the staff report. It's just I'm in two different places.
No, it says 2022.
Yeah.
The staff report is 2022 on page 2.
Okay, thank you. That was just what I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure I was doing this right. And December 31, 2022, under the zoning ordinance chapters 9.01 to 9.52 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code by 2 years and allow planning entitlements, permits, and approvals issued and still active as of March 13, 2020, or issued between March 13, 2020 and December 31, 2022, to request a first-time extension or other extension pursuant to SMMC Section 9.37.090C1 and 9.37.090C2 at any time at least 30 days prior to the expiration of the permit under Article 9 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code. So basically extending everything 2 years. May I have that motion?
So moved.
Mayor, I have a quick question. I need to ask a question to our attorney, Joe Lawrence. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure on the timeline. I might be off, but just out of I guess to really protect us from any perception of conflict, I want to ask this question. My sister applied for a permit that I'm on a property that I'm part owner of. Should I recuse myself? Do I have to recuse myself on this?
Well, without knowing any other details, there are usually rules of general applicability, which means that if a law applies to substantial section of the city and also happens to apply to a council person, then there's no conflict. However, without knowing without going through that analysis, which deals with percents and all this and other things, certainly the safer thing to do would be to recuse yourself. But I think in probability, there is no conflict.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, but I think I would like to recuse myself just to make sure that we avoid any potential conflict.
That's what I would do, Oscar, but then you need to turn off your computer. Thank you. Okay, so motion by Davis. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Negrete. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-0 with one recusal. Now, I'm looking for a motion.
Can we bring Councilmember?
Oh, yes, let's bring, yes. Will you text him, Phil, please? Oh, there he is. He miraculously reappeared. But he moved on my screen, and now my upper left is Councilmember Negrete. So it's like musical chairs. Okay, now I'm looking for a motion to introduce and adopt an emergency ordinance, reading by title only and waiving further reading thereof, amending SMMC 8.08070 to extend deadlines for expirations of building permits, plan reviews, and related approvals issued and still active as of March 13, 2020, issued between March 13, 2020 and December 31, 2022, or for which complete applications have been received between March 31, 2020 and December 31, 2022 by 2 years, and amending SMMC Chapter 9.56, the Landmarks Ordinance, to extend certain public hearing deadlines for applications for structure of merit and landmark designations and for certificates of appropriateness, and to extend deadlines for certificates of appropriateness by 2 years. Motion by Negrete. What? Yes. Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Negrete, seconded by Davis.
I'll be recusing myself again. Yeah?
Why?
I think this is the landmarks part.
Okay, good. I'm good.
You're building, it's not a landmark, right?
No, yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, Phil.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay.
That we strike in the fifth line everything after the semicolon.
Oh, now you're really pushing me. Hold on, I have to go back to the action item.
Oh, it would be the amount. We would
leave out the landmarks. You want to leave out everything beginning and amending SMMC Chapter 9.56.
Yes.
So cutting out the landmarks and leaving everything else. Is that right?
Correct.
Now I'm worried about you, Oscar. I'm not actually. I think you may need to recuse from this too. I said it was landmarks, and oh good, and there's Ms. Yo. So Ms. Yo, this involves both non-landmarks and landmarks, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I think that you meant to strike the part about extending the timelines for the public hearings for that, but you don't want to strike the part about the extending for the certificates of appropriateness, like the extra 2 years for that, because that's
you're right.
You want to keep that in, okay?
You can amend my amendment.
But Councilmember Delatorre, I think you are still recused, so we'll call you back when we're done this. Thank you.
Okay.
I would do the same thing. So, okay, so what we're doing is cutting out the language to extend certain public hearing deadlines for applications for structure of merit and landmark designations, and leaving only for certificates of appropriateness and to extend deadlines for certificates of appropriateness.
I'm sorry, this is Joe Lawrence, and I defer to the city clerk. I believe Councilmember De La Torre was the second.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much.
I need a second to.
Well, it was for his friendly amendment. Well, yeah. No, so Councilmember Brock made a friendly amendment, made an amendment to the original. So it was Councilmember Negrete who made the motion, Councilmember Davis seconded, and then Councilmember Brock made a friendly amendment. So that means Councilmember Negrete and Davis, do you guys accept his amendment?
You just, in layman's terms, explain to me what you're doing, Phil. I can't hear you.
He's trying to explain.
I'm trying to explain it to myself now because I had just done one section. So the Conservancy and Landmarks Commission were concerned about those extensions of timelines. And so what I'm trying to do is reverse that and go back to where we were, not on the certificate of appropriateness, but on the other items, so that items come before the Landmarks Commission in a timely fashion.
Can I ask a question then? Since it hasn't
go for it. Yes.
So hopefully Ms. Yao is there. So my concern is if we go back to the shorter timelines and those timelines get blown, then we actually may lose opportunities to landmark or to declare things historic resources or landmark them. Because if you don't make the deadline, then you don't make the deadline. Is that a danger?
That is correct in the landmarks ordinance. If a decision is not rendered on the application within that 130 days, the application is deemed disapproved automatically. And I think as we explained, and Councilmember Brock had asked the question, if the council did not make this change to the timeframes for hearing landmark and structure of merit applications, we would revert back to what the landmarks ordinance says now, which is 65 days to bring it to a hearing, 65 days to render the decision. And, with the rights that property owners still have right now to request an extension, if they need more time.
But isn't it often it's the property owners who don't want a landmark?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean,
so they don't ask for the extension. I mean, my concern is we're still in the pandemic. We're not functioning the way we did before the pandemic in terms of regular meetings or certainly in-person meetings, since I'm seeing you all in little boxes on my screen. So do we run a risk that if we don't give these extensions, that whoever, if a non-property owner applies for a landmarking, but we don't make those deadlines, then it's denied it's automatic denial then, right? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the decision. So you have 65 days. Then it's a disapproval.
Is that, if I can ask the question, has that happened before? Have we ever missed the deadline?
Yeah, so that's what we looked back out of kind of getting data for the last 3 years on all designation applications that have been filed, and did any of them make it to hearing within 65 days? None of them did, and in all cases the property owner requested an extension. So that's that's what the landmarks ordinance allows.
Did we have any, though, that at the end of 130 days were automatically disallowed because they didn't make anything?
No, not to my knowledge have we had that happen. Because that the commission is made aware, obviously, of that provision and, to make a determination regarding the application.
But this potentially protects both sides in the instance that Councilmember Davis was presenting, right? Not just property owners, but it also works for the landmark in terms of the extension.
That's right. I think what we were trying to capture in this is what we're actually seeing. right? Just to give everybody time, because I think what we're seeing is, and it's the change in the process, because before the city used to pay for the assessment, so we didn't have to do this contracting piece in the beginning, getting the check from the demolition property owner, all of that takes time and eats into the 65 days, and that's really out of our control. That's the change in the process that we shifted to with the city's restructuring, where the city was no longer paying for these assessments. So just the speed at which we could proceed is just different.
So if I can ask one last follow-up then, the difference is only 5 days, or is there a longer difference?
No, it's so overall it's the 135 days versus 130, and then the difference is in getting to getting to a hearing before the Landmarks Commission. It's 65 days is what's in the ordinance right now. What's proposed is 100 days, but again, after the 100 days, they still have 35 days to make a decision. So they still have the opportunity for 2 hearings. That's not going to change.
The difference is the initial hearing time is extended, but the overall time is not. I'll withdraw my amendment.
Great.
And I'll move that we pass this.
So now we have
already been moved.
We have a motion.
It's already been moved by Negrete.
You're right.
And seconded, so now we can have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and so that passes 6-0, and let's bring Oscar back, please. I hope, unless this is...
Okay, so while Councilmember Delatorre is returning, I'll go on to 7B. It's introduction and adoption of an emergency interim ordinance amending interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2636 and extended to amended by emergency interim zoning ordinance numbers 2658, 2667, and 2682 for economic recovery of the BC Promenade District and those portions of the BC 2nd and 4th Street District bounded by 2nd Street and west to the west, Broadway to the south, 4th Street to the east, and Wilshire Boulevard to the north, to increase flexibility for automobile vehicle showrooms. And we already have 2 callers for this.
Great. Okay, well, let's have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. David Martin, Director of Community Development. This is a kind of a continuation of an item the Council reviewed last fall, where you took recommendations on the Promenade Vitality Plan and made amendments to the ordinance in terms of what was allowed on the Promenade and on parts of 2nd and 4th Street. If you recall, in that effort, we recommended several changes related to new uses that were being introduced to the promenade. Basically, what we were trying to do is make sure that there weren't things in our ordinance that were preventing some of the vacancies we're seeing from being occupied. And so this is really one more thing that has come up in the past few months where we think it would be prudent to amend the ordinance to allow this particular use. Next slide, Jing. So what we are recommending is that you adopt an emergency interim ordinance to amend the Promenade interim zoning ordinance to allow automobile and vehicle showrooms of all fuel types. Next slide. So a little bit of background on auto dealers on the Promenade. So back in 2011, the City Council at the time amended the ordinance that governed the Promenade back then to allow automobile showrooms. Prior to that, they weren't allowed. It was kind of unheard of. But at that time, we had a proposal from Tesla to open on the Promenade, and the council adopted an ordinance that allowed that. They allowed showrooms, not auto repair, not parts storage, not automobile storage. It's really restricted to showrooms. So based on that, Tesla went into the 1200 block, and they were there for several years. They've since moved to Santa Monica Place. But in the meantime, we have seen that things have evolved. Automobile dealerships have become more a part of what you typically see in downtowns and shopping centers. And so what we would be recommending is that because of what we're seeing is kind of the evolving nature of retail and the automobile industry, is that the council make this change, which would go from allowing just strictly alternative fuel vehicles to allowing gas-powered vehicles as well. And some of the reasons that we are recommending this, when we recommended the original change that allowed Tesla and alternative fuels, there was really more of a distinction where there were electric car companies and there were gas car companies. And now what we're seeing is that most types of cars have both electric and gas models. And we have a particular proposal from a car company that their fleet has traditionally been gas powered. Right now they have a lot of electric vehicles, but they still have some gas powered vehicles. They are moving to, their projection is that by 2030 they'll probably be all electric, but they're not there yet. They'd like to open on the promenade, and they'd like to be able to offer their whole fleet. So that requires, again, that we amend our ordinance to allow both types of vehicles. This, of course, is, again, all part of the Promenade Vitality Plan, where we do have concerns about the health and vitality of downtown and the promenade. And so, again, we want to make sure that we're allowing the types of uses that could fill some of those vacancies. Next slide, please. So this is the area that this change would apply to. So it's all of the promenade, and then it's the east side of 2nd Street and the west side of 4th. Next slide. And the change that we'd actually be talking about is very simple. It's removing just 3 words and adding 1. So we're just taking out the provision that says limited to alternative fuel vehicles and just saying limited to automobile vehicle dealer showrooms only. And again, we're keeping that provision that we think is very important, that it has showrooms only. It's not auto parts. It's not auto repair. It's not storage. Next slide. So with that, we are recommending that the council adopt the emergency IZO to amend the promenade IZO and to allow automobile vehicle showrooms of all fuel types. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
Can we limit the amount of the showrooms that would be allowed for gasoline vehicles? So could we say that electric and hybrid cars occupy, for instance, 2/3 of the showroom and only 1/3 could be gas vehicles, in keeping with our city's commitment to trying to have a greener tomorrow?
We can. Certainly the council could impose those types of conditions. We considered things like that. We also considered whether or not we'd want to allow only 1 per block or 2 per block, or do something like that that would, prevent the promenade from becoming an auto row, which I don't think any of us think would happen. But, do we need some kind of concern or some kind of curb on this? What we concluded is that because this is an IZO and we will be coming back to the council at the end of the year with a permanent ordinance that will incorporate this along with the other IZOs that the council's adopted for the promenade, we would recommend that we approve it as is, which is more wide open. Let us see what happens. If we see that, we're getting, a concentration in one area, if we see that we're getting too many of these, if we see that we're getting ones that are, more gas powered than electric powered, then we can certainly come to you with that. But I guess in the spirit of, trying to make sure that we're being as open as we can for uses on the promenade, our recommendation is that we leave it open.
So before we launch into full-scale questions, we do have a couple speakers So would people like to hear the speakers before questions so that we can be informed when we move forward? Great. Okay. So, and let me read the number again, 310-312-8173 if you want to speak on this topic, and let's hear from our speakers.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I thought the way the city was designed, Carr Row was east of Lincoln on Santa Monica. Just like medical offices were mostly located in the areas around Santa Monica and St. John's Hospital. Hopefully you know by eliminating retail, due to the city being unsafe, as can be seen from the inadequate response May 31st, 2020, in addition to the slumming up of the promenade with things like liquor stores and tattoo parlors, let's take a minute and think about what these new uses will do to the promenade as a tourist destination. Do tourists usually frequent locations that have a majority of car dealerships and medical and dental offices and pet grooming stores? Or are these all one-time or one-use focused visit uses that will not contribute to the pedestrian feel you say you want for downtown? Another point I see is the city's mentioned, as is downtown Santa Monica and the stakeholders, but nowhere are the residents of downtown mentioned, which is of concern to me because it shows you do not care about how your actions negatively affect the lives of all the residents you continue stuffing in downtown. Not to mention how many restaurants sell alcohol downtown, almost all of them, yet you think it's a good idea to have car test driving in that atmosphere. In ending, I have to ask if these actions would also make your loose proclamations a lie, due to it not being that way since shortly after May 31st, 2020. But if you want to kill the promenade as a tourist destination and as an economic vitality, take this action. Also, you doing this as an emergency order shows your desperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Whoa! Guess we'll have to talk about other things, but today it's this zoning, and I kind of think it's all right. Maybe you ought to expand on it and have some muscle cars out there. You know, they're going to be gone after a while because they're only going to be driving electric cars. But real insight to some of this, just in the concept of recovery around the area, promenade and all that kind of stuff, is how much rent everybody has to pay to even start, put your business in here. Yep. It's the rent's too high. That's why you can't put anybody in anything. So maybe that's maybe what this ordinance really, an introduction and adoption of an emergency interim ordinance that they drop the rent zoning regulations by emergency and something like that. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Welcome, Seth Wasco. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me today. Comment on the Promenade Auto Sales Amendment that we have before us today. My name is Seth Wasco, and I'm the General Manager for Mini of Santa Monica. We're a family-owned dealership operating in the City of Santa Monica for the last 5 years. We purchased our property. We built an automotive dealership on Santa Monica Boulevard, and we're fully vested and invested in the success of the community in Santa Monica. And we'd love to be part of the revitalization of the promenade. I'm a local. I've lived here since 1976. I went to Santa Monica schools, John Muir, John Adams, Santa Monica High School. So I understand the concerns of the community living side by side with local businesses and automotive dealerships operating in the backyard of the city and in conjunction with the residences. And we're very sensitive to that. And we want to be a partner with the city and with the residents doing business in Santa Monica. Our building is Platinum LEED certified. We're a green company, and we support all green initiatives in the city of Santa Monica and wherever we can. Mini is a very green company. We have an all-electric vehicle, we have a hybrid vehicle, and we have gas vehicles. Currently, the electric and the hybrid don't are not the majority of our business, but they will be, like somebody else mentioned, by 2030. Like a lot of other manufacturers, everybody is going electric, and we're right there, and we're ahead of the curve on that. We've had our electric car out now for almost 2 years. So right now, currently, accounts for almost 30% of our. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
So I have a. Are we doing? Can we do?
Yeah, we're doing questions
together.
Yeah, because we never have no success in separating them, so let's just do them together.
So my question is, Mr. Martin, I noticed that you inserted the word vehicle. Is that because there may be, for example, just use an example like a Vespa scooter type retailer that might want to go on the promenade? Is that the point of that?
That's correct. Yeah. So we have heard from some motorcycle type uses that have, in years past have been looking, but because we were specific about automobile, that wouldn't be allowed. So again, this is a effort to open it up.
And then the other question I have is one of the reasons you think this is a good idea, because one of the problems we have in the area where we're going to allow this is we have very large floor plate retail, which is no longer really appropriate for almost any retail use. I mean, you have the space on the promenade, I'm thinking Restoration, Baby and Hardware, where Tesla used to be, that sort of thing. So this is the sort of thing that can take up a larger floor plate, unlike almost any other retail endeavor in this day and age. Is that true?
That is true. It actually works pretty well with the buildings on the promenade.
All right. Well, I'm going to move the item then.
Second. Great. I still have a question, and I see Councilmember Parr does too. Councilmember Parr.
I would want to I know you have a question. I would want to ask for the amendment. And so my amendment would be, a modification, and that would be to set the number of showrooms per block face. And so I would recommend, one, maybe two, but one showroom per block face. Because I really don't want to see the promenade turn into
Doritos Auto Square, right? So
exactly.
So that wasn't my question, however.
I know, but my friendly amendment was to the motion and of the question.
I'm going to ask a question related to that, okay? Which is, how many of these, because we're revisiting this ordinance at the end of the year, right? Which is December 2022.
2022, yes.
Yeah, December 2022. So how many are we expecting to go in the next 9 months or 10 months, 11 months?
So we've only heard from one potential dealership that we know is looking.
So I personally, and I don't know, I would take the risk that we aren't going to have more than one or two in the next before December. Is that, how long will it take to permit this use or to get it? I mean, do you think we could have 5 a block? That's what I want to know.
I doubt it very much. I mean, this would be a permitted use, so it wouldn't have to go through any kind of entitlement, but I don't anticipate that we would see a big rush. I will say that, the challenge that we sometimes run into when we have those kind of per block limitations is if it's one per block or one per each side of the promenade, one goes in and then sure enough, there's a second one that wants to go on the promenade, but they happen to be, on that same block on the same side, and they can't do it. So then, do we come back for another amendment, or do we just say no and they go away? So, when we impose those kind of restrictions, it does sometimes lead to us not being able to accommodate businesses that want to come into town. But having said that, like I said earlier, if that was the council's desire, we could certainly do
So, Councilmember Parra, what if we cap it at like total 3?
Well, I was going to say, as the maker of the motion, since it has to go through me, I'd be willing to say 2 per side per block, or 2 per block, something like that. Because we're not talking about a lot of blocks. We're only talking about the 3 blocks of the promenade and 1/2 of Second and 1/2 of Fourth. So if we capped it at 2 per block.
And you could have, no, I was thinking, and if you had, let's say, a Vespa and the Mini, those are really different, right? I mean, you could have
I don't think there's also a lot of, I mean, you also have to remember for something like a car, even a Mini or even a Vespa, you're going to have a larger floor plate. You're not going to fit into one of these 500 square foot floor plates like some of the small stores we have on the promenade. So I think if we cap it at 2, Mr. Martin, per block, you know, and a block being, you know, Second, the promenade, and Fourth, so that in theory could be a lot.
It could be 6 in total on the promenade?
Yeah.
Not on the promenade, right? You're saying 2 on Second, 2 on Fourth, 2, yeah. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying 2 per block. I mean, I don't think we're
promenade. Let me ask another question, and this may make it okay. So, Mr. Martin, have you talked about where the test drive vehicles are going to be?
It depends on, you know, where the dealership itself is located, but they would have to work with the city to identify where the test driving, where it would initiate, and also where the route would be. So
right,
that's something that they'd have to get approved.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see this is they'll have their test drive cars on Second and Fourth, right? And then because you can't drive up the promenade in a test, right? You can't test drive on the promenade.
Right.
So,
yeah, and again, it depends on the space. Like with the old Tesla dealership, they happen to have, you know, 3 or 4 parking spaces in the back of that building, which is not that common on the promenade. Most of them,
right,
or a lot of them don't have that.
Yes, but so because that would be the way I figured they would do it is have the place on the promenade and then the test cars in the garages or whatever they do like that. But no one's going to be driving on the promenade, and I think that will limit. But you tell me the number that will be there.
Yeah, I don't think, as you said, I don't think every space on the promenade will accommodate this type of use. So
So how many spaces on the
promenade? Self-limiting in some way. Yeah.
So how many do you think will accommodate it? I mean, can you just mentally? I know.
I mean, I'd be shocked if we saw more than 2 per block, to be honest.
That's
so,
what I
think.
If
if that's where we want to end up, and I guess to kind of flip it on its head, if we saw a huge demand when we came back, you know, we could also always ask the council if you wanted to, you know, look at the number and increase it, you know, one way or the other.
Councilmember Brock.
My understanding, first of all, on Mr. Wasco's mini dealership is they were not going to have test drives anywhere near the promenade. This was only a showroom. And so that introduces a different element if they're going to use spaces in every parking garage for that, because my understanding was that they were going to have test drives and showrooms, test drives and their repair shops still in the auto area of the city. That this was
Bill, you're talking about one auto dealer. Rivian or some other new company could come in and want to.
Not if we don't allow that.
Would you let Phil? We need one person talking at a time.
Right, and I have the floor.
You were done. I answered.
No, I wasn't done at all. So, in my view, yes, we could have a total of 6 vehicle dealerships, whether it be car, Vespa type, it could be a motorcycle, etc., in that entire downtown district. And to me, I would support a six dealership cap. I think the concern about whether they're going to do test drives downtown adds a different wrinkle to it. And I would still like to see at least a portion of each of those potentially up to 6 dealerships have a green element, that they cannot come into downtown with just gas powered cars, considering we were all electric before. So I would recommend that whatever percentage of the showroom, we may not want to do cut percentages because we're not going to go in later and measure how many cars they have, but I think the dealerships have to be restricted to some sort of ecological plus for the city and for the people of the city. So whether it's electric or whether it's hybrid, that they should have that as part of the restriction. And that the showrooms, that the test driving areas, my understanding, at least from this first dealership, was they had pledged that they were not going to do test drives on 2nd or 4th Street and not use our parking garages for that or to store new cars. So those are my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, do you have something to say? Change your mind?
No, I mean, I think that a lot of sort of the change in the showrooms that are popping up in places like this, it's not your traditional, like, get in the car, drive off and do a test drive. They do have sort of off-site lots. I think some are going to be moving in directions too, of which is kind of something we're hoping for on the promenade, this more like experiential sort of thing where you can, simulation of sort of the rides and other things. And I think the downtown area is ripe for that, being sort of the flagship in some ways of some of these dealerships, assuming we put a little bit of a cap. But I can't imagine that there's going to be test driving happening in the downtown area. And I'm still kind of thinking through Phil's request about the requirement. I just don't know what the right, how to thread that needle so that we aren't where we were previously. But that's all I've got.
Councilmember Negrete. I'll get back to Councilmember Davis.
David, did he leave? Oh, no, there you are. If somebody did come in and wanted to use the parking structures, which that would be a whole separate thing, wouldn't it? If another entity came in and said, I wanted to have test driving, I wanted to use the parking structures, would that be a separate request? That's not just as simple.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was kind of itching to say. So like with Tesla, again, they had spaces in the back, so they were able to park their cars there. But if someone else came along and they didn't have any room on their site to do that, they would have to either find an off-site private lot. If they wanted to talk to the city about leasing some spaces in the parking garage, that would be a whole separate process. You might recall that we recently, for the VIN, I'm trying to remember what it's called, there's a new electric car dealership going into San Monica Place. I think at the last meeting, the council approved an amendment to the deal for parking structure 8 that allows that car company to have a few charging sites in the parking garage. So it's the same thing where if somebody, for whatever reason, wanted to try to use some of our public parking spaces, that would involve a process. And I can't say whether or not that would be approved. So yeah, I think that's kind of built into it already. And again, if they are doing test driving, it requires that they submit and get approval of a test driving route by our mobility division, just like any of the other dealerships in town. So I think that's covered pretty well as well.
Thank you. I just also wanted to point out, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan was saying how it's different, and I know that in specifically, I don't know about Mini Cooper, but I know that a lot of them actually schedule them for your home. So, you might go to the showroom and then they come to your home. So that was a concern.
So we have do we have a motion?
Yeah, I made it.
And who
I made
seconded
it.
you?
Councilmember
I did.
seconded it.
Yeah.
And Tara made a friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment, right. And so
But
now we need.
But
So then-
wait, I didn't accept the friendly amendment.
Yeah, I was going to say, Councilmember Davis had proposed different.
Right. So so Council Member Para, where are you on your friendly? I think that at the time you weren't sure exactly how to limit it. Do you have a better idea now?
Yeah, I'm open to, 6 showrooms on the promenade in any configuration.
And I will pinky bet anybody that we don't have 6, but anyway, is that friendly to you, Councilmember Davis?
Well, I don't know because 6 on the promenade, but this also applies to half of 2nd and half of 4th Street. Is it 6 total within the affected area, or is it only 6 on the promenade?
It's 6 in the affected area that we're talking about.
I mean, I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that. I did want to make the comment that there have been test drives from that Tesla dealership when it was on the promenade. And in all my time, I've never gotten a single email about, oh my God, there's so much traffic because there's test drives from the Tesla dealership. They had to get their route approved. I remember that. And so this notion that somehow, oh my God, vehicles will be test driving in downtown, I think that's probably the least of our worries. It's just not going to be all of a sudden 5,000 extra car trips a day.
That's not my concern.
But can we, okay.
Let me finish. My concern is that if we limit it to 6, I can think off the top of my head of at least 4 places on the promenade, 3 on 2nd, and probably at least 2 on 4th. So we're already sort of over the 6 there. But I guess this is it. Maybe I would accept the friendly amendment with the idea, with a caveat or direction to staff that if they started to get a lot of these applications and it looked like we were going to get more than 6, then they could come back to us and we could revisit it before the end of the year. Does that work, Mr. Martin?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, so I will accept that as a friendly amendment with that caveat that if we get a lot of interest, that staff can bring it back. So it'll be 6 within the affected area.
Is that friendly to the seconder?
Yeah, I just wanted, yeah.
Is it friendly?
That's friendly if we're able to. That's friendly if we're able to have a discussion again. Like I said, I don't want the promenade to turn into an auto square, so that's my concern.
And I just wanted to echo Councilmember Pearl's concern. I understand that, and I recognize that as well. And it would be a discussion that would come back. And I know that it wasn't about the test drives; it's about the promenade becoming an auto dealership zone. I think right now we need to understand that we're in this economic recovery. We're in a position right now where we really need to get those spaces rented. So we have to just think outside the box. I think that's what we're trying to do.
Right. And it's for a short period of time. I think we need to remember that this is just until the end of the year. So Councilmember Brock, you're muted.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that at least some portion of each of the potential 6 dealerships be devoted to either a hybrid or electric vehicle or hydrogen, some sort of green vehicle.
Well, the only issue I have with that, and maybe someone else knows the answer, but I don't believe Vespa, for example, offers an electric scooter at this point in time.
I'm not aware of one.
Yeah, there may be some really interesting kind of, for lack of a better term, attractive things that may not at this point in time. And look, I would always rather have someone buy a Vespa than a, 3-ton SUV. Even though the 3-ton SUV is a hybrid, I guarantee the Vespa's generating less air pollution.
I'm checking right now to see if there are electric motorcycles, okay?
Well, there are some electric motorcycles, but I'm just thinking about very specific vendors.
Let me clarify then. Let me restrict that to automobile showrooms.
And so, Phil, is it that
I'll bifurcate that issue.
at the showroom they have to own, like, a certain portion has to be dedicated to their whatever it is fleet, alternative fleet, or is it just that the company as a whole has to have within their fleet an alternative fuel option? Does that option be showcased, or can it just be in their fleet?
No, I think it should be in their showroom. But I'm not going to. I realize it would be ridiculous to say the percentage. So what I was suggesting is that we at least endeavor to have each motor vehicle showroom that applies in the promenade. So, for instance, Mini, which was the matter at hand, Mini has already said they have an electric vehicle, they have a hybrid vehicle, and they have gas vehicles. So I would be very happy if they show one or two of each.
Well, I mean,
and Council Member Davis, look, usually you would be the one that says green, and I understand the Vespa versus car comparison. I hear you on that. I was just trying to make sure we do something that also.
How about if we say this, that if the applicant has an alternative fuel vehicle or a plug-in hybrid, that they have to display one of those models in the showroom. But if they don't have one, then they don't.
I would be all for that. And by the way, Vespa does have electric and hybrids.
Perfect. Okay.
But I absolutely agree with what you're saying, William. That's fine with me.
Councilmember Negrete.
I'm just, I wanted to say that it gets sticky telling businesses exactly what to do. I think the point was to make sure that the company itself had the option and not so much controlling what they're displaying.
Well, so was that a friendly amendment so Councilmember Davis, your motion is to approve the staff recommendation with a limit of 6 dealerships and a request that any dealership display an alternative vehicle or other environmentally sensitive vehicle in their showroom.
Right. That if they offer such a vehicle within their fleet, that they display a non-internal combustion engine vehicle.
Yes. And is that friendly to the seconder, Councilmember Negrete? Yes. Okay. And City Attorney.
The City Attorney.
Yeah. I just, Heidi Van Togelen in our office has been busy writing multiple versions of everything that you've said over the last half hour. So I call on her to please read the amendment and where exactly it's going to fit into this ordinance. Heidi? Are you there?
Yes. So the amendment would go into Section 2 of the interim zoning ordinance, which amends Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.10.004. The change would be on the bottom of page 17 to specific limitation number 8, and the language would read as follows: limited to 6 automobile/vehicle dealer showrooms only, which must display one alternative fuel/automobile automobile/vehicle if such a vehicle is available in the dealer's fleet, and limited to no more than 6 showrooms in the 3rd Street Promenade area. And the 3rd Street Promenade area is the area subject to this IZO.
That's
Great.
Good with me.
Okay, good with you, Councilmember Negrete? Good. Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yep.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0. And now, as I explained to members of the public, 7C has been pulled by staff from the calendar. So let me repeat the phone number because we are on to 7D, 310-312-8173 if you have public comment on 7D.
Okay. Item 7D is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending section 2.64.020 of chapter 2.64 to the Santa Monica Municipal Code, reducing the membership of the Arts Commission from 11 commissioners to 9 commissioners. And we have no callers on this, and I believe Nikema from my office is going to give a brief staff report.
Great.
I am, and this should be the easiest thing you have to decide tonight. Good evening, City Council. Nikki Newsom. Good evening, City Council. Nikki Newsom, Assistant City Clerk. So at the December 14th council meeting, council approved eliminating 2 seats on both the Arts Commission and on the Urban Forest Task Force. Being a task force, the membership of the Urban Forest Task Force is enumerated in their bylaws, and they have been advised to amend their bylaws at their next meeting to reduce their membership from 9 to 7 members. This ordinance here codifies council's approval to reduce the membership of the Arts Commission from 11 members to 9 members. And so staff recommends that the council introduce for first reading this ordinance amending section 2.64.020 of chapter 2.64 to the Santa Monica Municipal Code, reducing the membership of the Arts Commission from 11 commissioners to 9 commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Newsom.
Move the item.
Public comment?
We have no callers. No.
Good.
We have no
Do
callers.
I hear a motion?
Move the item.
Good. Moved by De La Torre. Do I hear a second?
Yeah, Brock.
Okay. Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCollum,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Okay. So next we have 7E is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance to extend interim zoning ordinance regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2593, extending the emergency interim zoning ordinance 2599, 2626, and amending by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2643, revising the demolition permit review process related to the preservation of historic resources. And we have no callers at this point.
Let me repeat the phone number because we did get correspondence. The phone number on the item relating to demolition permits is 310-312-8173. And now let's have our staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm Stephanie Reich, the Design and Historic Preservation Planner, presenting the interim zoning ordinance extension for the demolition permit review process. Thank you for this opportunity. So the recommendation is to adopt the extension, and I'd like to take a few minutes to provide some background for the IZO. So in November 2018, the process was revised to align with judicial guidance that the city received. In 2020, the process was revised again to respond to staffing and budget cuts. The primary details of the change in the current IZO include to revise the demolition permit review process to eliminate Landmarks Commission review of demolition permit applications, revise the process to maintain the 75-day waiting period, so that piece has not been revised, And as was mentioned in an earlier item, the application costs have been shifted to the property owner. We had several guiding principles in working through the process come to the proposal that we did for the current IZO. We believe this modified process adheres to these principles. We clarified the Landmarks Commission authority to exercise its regulatory role in reviewing historic resources and impacts created by proposed demolitions. We created even more transparency in the process. We provide clarity for the property owners, and we're trying to balance staff resources across the entire preservation program. As you know, the Planning Division has lost several staff members, and that has affected the staffing of the preservation program. So to make it a little more clear what the differences are between the current revised process and the prior process, we heard about the total days to hearing. That has not changed. Previously, the Landmarks Commission did review demolition permit applications. Currently, it is the community that is responsible for bringing forward any designation applications as a result of demolition permit applications. As mentioned before, previously the fee for the designation application would previously be the designation applicant. Previously, the fee for nonprofits and for commissioners, a single commissioner or the commission, if they wanted to file, was waived. And then now, in all cases, the demolition permit applicant, the property owner, will pay the application fee. Previously, the city subsidized the consultant assessment report, and that was costing the city approximately $80,000 a year. So in order to align with our new budget requirements, the demolition permit applicant, the property owner, pays for that consultant report. And previously, as we mentioned, the demolition permit applications were reviewed in a preliminary fashion by the Landmarks Commission, and then they would have a formal hearing if they asked for more information. And so at this point, the Landmarks Commission does not review the demolition permit applications, and there is only one hearing. So those are the major changes. We have looked at all the data from the different intervals of the demolition permit application review process, and we found that the rate of nomination, designation nomination applications in relation to numbers of demolition permit applications has remained steady. So we believe that demonstrates that resources, potential historic resources, have not been lost due to these changes. As I mentioned, we've provided enhancements to the public notification process for demolition permit applications. We have a direct link to the open data portal. So that lists all demolition permit applications for properties that are more than 40 years old, and that link sits right on the Landmarks Commission page. We monthly post the demolition permit application list and send an email to everyone who's signed up to receive an email notification, including to the Landmarks Commission and also all neighborhood groups. For properties that are on the historic resources inventory, We include the DPR sheets, that's the data sheets about those properties, in the full demolition permit application. And another improvement that we worked hard to achieve, and thanks to Building and Safety, permit records are now publicly available and searchable. And so, as I mentioned, we also provide a MailChimp email notification when the demo list is posted. The demolition list remains posted in a monthly manner, even though we have meetings every 2 months with the Landmarks Commission. And so that concludes the background and detail. I'm here to answer any questions, and we encourage you to adopt the extension to the emergency IZO. Thank you so much. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. So do we want to wait for questions? Do we have any public speakers before you get to questions?
We do not.
Okay, so Councilmember Brock.
So I have a couple of questions, Stephanie. One, my understanding is that when the Landmarks Commission was established in 1975, I believe, part of their charge was to review the demolition permits of buildings over 40 years of age. Is that correct?
That's right. This has been a long-standing role for the Landmarks Commission that was changed in 2018.
So then, with the coming of the pandemic and the lack of staff, things were made to work in a different way through staff first. And that was meant to be, I believe, an interim temporary change. Are you suggesting that when this ends, you want this to be a permanent change?
Well, we did receive, as I mentioned, we did receive judicial guidance that initially changed the process in 2018 to make more clear the role of the Landmarks Commission. We did in 2020 further reduce their role due to the burden that having them review placed on staff. So they have been removed from their role to review demolition permit applications for that dual purpose.
And I guess what I'm asking is that a condition or a change that the staff were allowed to make, or did that have to come to the city council? And according to this IZO, let me do a follow-up here. According to this IZO extension, it extends through November 13th, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the maximum amount of time for an interim zoning order.
So I guess, all right, let me go back then. Let me circle back. Are you suggesting that instead of being a temporary extension to 11/13/23, that you wish to make this permanent? And then my question would be, in 2018 and 2020, did we change the Landmarks Ordinance to reflect that?
We have not changed the Landmarks Ordinance to reflect that, mostly due to staff shortages. We have not had the time, and it's still on our work program. As Ms. Yo will likely tell you, we were working on revising and updating the Landmarks Ordinance in a holistic way when the pandemic hit. We had previously extended the previous interim zoning ordinance in hopes to align with that updated Landmarks Ordinance. When the pandemic hit, we made that further change to the interim zoning ordinance. We are not asking to make this permanent. We will be revisiting that issue closer to the end of the extension if it is granted.
So I guess a couple of more questions, if I may. We assume that the pandemic eventually will ease, that staffing will return somewhat to maybe a new normal, but a normalcy nonetheless, and that Landmarks Commission will meet more often. And to my way of thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure Jing will, that my questions are the Commission's role has always been fundamental to this process. It's recognized for its expertise with 4 different specific seats on the Commission that deal with these demolition permits, that deal with the different things that were required in the ordinance. So if so, I wonder if this emergency ordinance shouldn't be expiring at the end of 2022, not going into 2023, and certainly that the supposition that the Landmarks Commission will continue to not be able to meet, and that you will not be able to handle the Landmarks Commission and the duties of that, I don't think is a good conclusion. So what I'm asking is, how do we reduce that? And how do we make sure that if the ordinance that established the Landmarks Commission has not been changed, I'm not sure the staff are allowed to, and someone will correct me, I'm sure. It cannot do that on their own.
That was a multi-part question, and I'll do my best to answer all of the.
Sorry, if I can just jump in, because I think, Council Member, what you're asking is what happens at the end of the IZO.
And should the IZO go on that long?
Yeah, and you know, that is a matter of policy for the council to consider. What is before you tonight is not a permanent ordinance. It's an interim ordinance. The proposal is to extend it to November 2023, you know, to allow the opportunity, as you're indicating, for, you know, us to figure out our path to our new normal. And, you know, if we're able to come back to eventually work on the landmarks ordinance again, and really to provide that time to do it. But of course, as to when the IZO is extended to, or if it's extended, is absolutely a policy decision of the council. And in terms of what happens at the end of an IZO, you know, that's something that will be evaluated at the time that the IZO expires. So there's no supposition today as to what happens at the end of the IZO, or any suggestions as to, you know, our process permanently changing, because that's not before you. This is just the interim process.
So Phil, may I ask a couple? Yeah, because I'm not, this all happened in a way that got compacted for me. So before 2018 and before World Savings, right, we had, that's the judicial guidance you're talking about. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so now we can't have landmarks commissioners designating, right? That was the problem in that case. It was considered a conflict, and I remember that. But so now what we do is we post all of the demolition permits, and I actually get a notice. I don't know if everybody on council does, but I get a notice of that the permits have been posted, and then I can go look at them. But they aren't sent to me, right? They used to be, the list of permits was presented to the Landmarks Commission, and they decided which ones they wanted to pull. Is that right? In the olden days?
That's right.
And today you send everybody who wants it a list. We look at it and decide if there's something, whether Landmarks Commissioner or not, or Conservancy, that we want to designate. But after we want to question, and after we do that, then it goes to the Landmarks Commission?
That is correct. And just to further amplify what you just stated, we had previously relied on the Landmarks Commission agenda to publicize all of the demolition permit applications because they were listed there. Now we more proactively are sending out that list, and I'm glad you receive a list every month and notice that. Thank you.
I sign up, but no, then I want to get to the next part. Okay, so the list goes out and somebody looks at the list and they see the house next door that's, 60 years old. Then what do they do?
So if any member of the public would like to nominate the house next door or anything on that demolition permit application list, they can apply, they can nominate that property to be considered as a designated landmark or structure of merit. And at
how
this
do they
point,
do? I'm sorry. Tell me
no,
how they accomplish the nomination. Do they have to pay? Do they file a form? What do they do?
They file a form with the planning division within the 75-day waiting period, within which we post that very quickly within that 75-day waiting period. And there's currently no application fee and no fee for the assessment for a person who is nominating a property to be designated. That cost is borne by the property owner.
And then, okay, so they've nominated it, the property owner pays for the analysis, and then it comes before the Landmarks Commission for determination?
Correct.
So the one step, so you talked about 2 hearings versus 1 hearing, but the first hearing was in the meeting where the Landmarks Commission actually discussed whether to designate a particular, to pull a particular demo permit.
Exactly, whether to file a nomination, essentially.
Right. So that hearing is gone, but the subsequent substantive hearing with all of the materials that relate to the research regarding the property is there.
That's correct.
Okay. And what else has changed other than that?
As I mentioned, the timing, the total days to a hearing has not changed. Who nominates, as you mentioned, who can nominate the property to be looked at for designation has changed from the Landmarks Commission to any person could have previously nominated a property, but now the Landmarks Commission cannot. The application fee is now, instead of being borne by the designation applicant, it's borne by the property owner. And the designation applicant in prior years, in what I call the before time, if the designation applicant was a member of a nonprofit or was a nonprofit group, that fee, or a landmarks commissioner, that fee would have been waived. And then the assessment had previously been, the cost of that had previously been borne by the city, and to the tune of $80,000 to $100,000 a year. And so now the property owner for each application will pay for that assessment.
But we pick the historian who examines the property.
That's right. We have a list of 5 preservation architects, historic preservation specialists, and we send out an RFP and we select that historic preservation professional, and we manage that report. We work with that professional as a consultant to us.
When you say you work with, so let me go to Councilmember Negrete.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. You said that, so just for example, if I lived in a house that was 100 years old and my neighbor wanted to fill out this application, I have to pay for it as the owner of the property?
That's right.
So somebody could impose a cost on somebody who's elderly and on a fixed income living in an older property just because they want to designate it? I just want to be clear about like how that could impose a financial burden on somebody.
That is that's correct. It's the property owner is the demolition permit applicant. So
only if I was applying to demolition my house.
Right,
And then
that's right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. Yes, only if you're applying for the demolition.
And then somebody else says that it should not be because it's
right. This IZO only talks about the demolition permit review process. It's not talking about what we call proactive landmark applications, when somebody just sees a property and thinks it should be a designated landmark without there being a demolition permit application. That's not a process that we're discussing right now.
Councilmember Brock.
You're saying, Stephanie, and because now I'm getting a little bit confused, but my understanding is that we send out a list to anybody who subscribes to a list to say that a property is being demoed. But the landmarks commissioners don't specifically see that list in advance, do they?
The landmarks
I guess, do they? I'm sorry.
They are included. They are always included in the list. Any individual landmarks commissioner could make that application. If they did so, as you know, they would have to recuse themselves from the discussion and the decision.
So that becomes, then they can't
vote,
file the application. So what we've done is take them out of that. So I guess that I go back to my first point. I don't see why we're extending this for another year and a half or without specification.
So if I may, I'm going to take that as a question.
It is a question.
Yeah. This change was made in response to the restructuring and the significant staff reduction that we experienced. And while I do appreciate the confidence that you expressed in myself and planning staff to do all the work that's involved in the preservation program, moving those applications and having them reviewed by the Landmarks Commission was a substantial workload, in addition to the workload that we currently have. As we don't anticipate those positions being reinstated before the end of this IZO, we are respectfully requesting that it be extended for the maximum amount of time.
So one follow-up. Does staff believe that there is any decrease in the amount of historic preservation that may happen as a result of this emergency ordinance being extended at this point?
No, we do not. We have looked very closely at the numbers, and we've seen that we have, when the pandemic hit, in the before time, in the immediate before time, we had been receiving really a record number of nominations for designation. And that record number has actually continued through the pandemic. So we have not seen a drop in the nominations as a result of demolition permit applications. So we do not believe that any potential historic resources are being lost.
So I have one last quick question, and then I'll relinquish my time to Councilmember Davis. But why then is the Conservancy and the Landmarks Commission, why are they opposed to this extension? I mean,
My understanding is that the members of the Conservancy feel that it's a burden to them in their volunteer capacity to make the effort to do the nominations. I do want to point out that they're not the only entity or people that have done designation nominations. And in many ways, this new process, in my view, this new process gets the public involved in historic preservation, and that's a very positive aspect of this process, in my view.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
So I just have a quick question. So let's assume we give you the full extension you're asking for. One of the reasons, as I understand it, that you're asking for this longer extension is because you are hoping that we will finally get around to doing the comprehensive holistic change of the landmarks ordinance, which would then address a lot of the issues that are swirling around. Is that correct?
That is part of it, but there's also a hope that some of the streamlining efforts that we're doing in the planning division will result in a reduced workload for the limited number of staff that we have to manage this program. So in the before time, we had myself overseeing the program, Steve Misakami, who spoke earlier today, as in his role as senior planner, as full-time with the preservation program, and another associate planner who was spending 50% of their time. At the moment, it is myself and an associate planner spending 25 to 30% of her time. So it's a dramatic reduction in staff, and that's the reason for the structural changes to the program. I think that I do appreciate the confidence that Council has in the planning division, but I do want to stress that we have a lot fewer people to do the same and more amount of work.
But this staffing issue you have, wouldn't that sort of inform the work you did in terms of the overhaul of the landmarks ordinance? I mean, assuming that that's not a completely temporary state.
That's a challenging question because we have, as I mentioned, before the pandemic hit, we were fully engaged in working with a subcommittee of the Landmarks Commission to completely rewrite the ordinance. At that time, we hadn't considered streamlining the ordinance at all. That wasn't part of our consideration. So I don't have an answer to that question because those two things are really not related in the way that your question presumes they are.
Okay, well, thanks.
So, do I hear a motion to hold on, I have my cheat sheet here. So I'm looking for a motion to introduce and adopt an emergency, emergency zoning ordinance, reading by title only and waiving further reading thereof, extending interim zoning regulations established by interim zoning ordinance 2593, extended by interim zoning ordinance 259 and 2626, and amended by emergency ordinance 2643, revising the demolition permit review process relating to the preservation of historic resources. Moved by Brock.
I will move it with a change if I can. I will move it with an expiration date of December 31st, 2022.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. Is there any discussion? Let's have a roll call vote.
And was it December 31st?
Yes.
Okay.
2022.
Okay. Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Helmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Okay. We have introduction. 7F is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance to extend interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2633 and extended by 2645, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 9.39 and Section 9.40.20, increase thresholds for review of 100% affordable housing projects and housing projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act by administrative approval. And we do have a caller for this.
I'm guessing we'll have more since this is what we got our most mail on. So I'm going to read the number again. 310-312-8173 is the call-in number. Again, 310-312-8173.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, do we have a staff report? But we do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jing Yo, Planning Manager, presenting this item regarding the extension of the IZO for a streamlined process for housing projects. So the purpose of this IZO tonight is to amend and extend the interim regulations that would allow housing projects to be reviewed without a public hearing. And we are asking for this to be extended through May 31st, 2022. And the streamlined process would apply to 100% affordable housing projects, Tier 2 housing projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act. And the amendment includes deleting a section in the IZO that is actually duplicative of residential leasing regulations that the council adopted last fall, and I'll get into more detail as to that in this presentation. What extending the IZO would do is it would sustain the current streamlined review process for these housing projects, as you see listed there, while we wait for review and comment and certification and implementation of our adopted 6-cycle housing element. The reason the May 31st, 2022 is being proposed is it's related to the first phase of implementation and when we would expect, to have received and responded to HCD's comments on our adopted housing element. It also, of course, allows time, as you heard me mention about the housing element, allows additional time for council to amend the review process, which is in our first phase of housing implementation. So that is aligned with Program 1A in the housing element, which is the by right approvals for housing projects. So just taking a step back in terms of how this IZO came to be, it really began in terms of understanding the framework of state law. There's something called the Housing Accountability Act, or you'll sometimes hear it called the HAA. And what that does is that it significantly restricts the city's review authority of code-compliant housing projects. And you can see there that housing project is defined under the Housing Accountability Act, includes residential units only, it includes transitional or supportive housing, and it also includes a type of project we see a lot of in Santa Monica, which are mixed-use housing developments. And state law, HAA, defines those as consisting of residential and non-residential uses where at least 2/3 of the square footage is designated for residential use. So you can think of it as, 2/3 residential, 1/3 commercial is the kind of housing project that is offered the protections of the HAA. What it means is that if an applicant applies with a project that meets that definition, it prohibits the ability of the city to deny or reduce the density of that housing project. The only instance in which the city could deny it, we have to make very specific findings regarding the project's adverse effect on public health, safety, and welfare. Santa Monica has long had a core policy focus on housing. The city has historically supported the production of 100% affordable housing, has been very innovative in finding ways to incentivize housing production, and much of that is embedded within the city's adopted land use plans. So the 2010 land use and circulation element update was the first major update of the city's land use policies, and then that was followed with adoptions of 2 area plans that were mentioned in the loose. That's the 2013 Bergamot area plan and the 2017 downtown community plan. The land use and circulation element was implemented through the 2015 zoning ordinance update. And then obviously most recently, we adopted the 6-cycle housing element, and as I mentioned, that has been transmitted to HCD for their review, so that we remain currently in an uncertified state. With respect to the 2010 land use and circulation element, what the loose did is it established this tiered land use system that is, really the bedrock of Santa Monica's land use regulations today. So what the tier system is that it created a land use system based on increments of height and floor area ratio being a measure of building intensity. So really, tells you how tall a building could be and how much, square footage could be on a property. And it established 3 tiers. Tier 1 being a sort of base tier, which has a kind of by right height and FAR. Tier 2 is additional height and FAR, so that is a voluntary tier that an applicant could request, and if community benefits are provided. And then Tier 3 was an even higher tier, and not to kind of extend the story, but Tier 3 was not included in the zoning ordinance update. So when you look at the zoning ordinance, it only includes Tier 1 and Tier 2. I think importantly, the loose really had a major focus on housing. There were incentives for housing through for housing projects. Locally, we tried to provide incentives for housing with 100% residential above the ground floor. So you'll notice that's a little bit different than the state's, than the HAA definition of a housing project. But because we want to incentivize more housing, there were special incentives in terms of increased height and floor area ratio compared to, for example, commercial projects. And you can see there that the idea was, that there is this by right base, and then if you can voluntarily request more, as a Tier 2 project, if you provide community benefits, you are conferred that height and FAR, and then Tier 3 was an additional tier above that. You can see there that the loose established that 100% affordable housing projects of 50 units or less could be approved without a public hearing, and that's sometimes called administrative review or administrative approvals. 2017 Downtown Community Plan was one of our more recent land use plans, and that had a very a huge housing emphasis, again providing very focused incentives for housing instead of commercial projects. And within the DCP was kind of an evolution of how we think about streamlining. So instead of the process being tied to tiers, the downtown really has its own kind of review system for housing projects. So within the DCP, it was originally adopted as a floor area threshold. So it was housing projects, regardless of the tier, up to 75,000 square feet could proceed without a public hearing. And then over that, so Tier 2 projects over 75,000 square feet would require a public hearing. And then within the DCP, as I indicated, provided, in addition to that process incentive, there were these incentives through standards, so increased height and floor area ratio for housing projects as well. The DCP was amended in August of 2020, which added additional housing incentives, namely Tier 3 housing projects moved from requiring a development agreement to a development review permit. So it went from that negotiated development agreement to a public hearing at the Planning Commission. And again, that was an amendment to the DCP that was done in August of 2020. So you can see here kind of the amalgamation of the timeline that led to this IZO. So we kind of reaching back to a council study session that was held on housing policy in December 2019. At the time, just to provide some context, the RHNA process, so that process of allocating Santa Monica's housing need that SCAG was going through was just kind of starting up, or kind of maybe, half a third of the way through it. And it was getting, many cities were starting to pay attention. It looks like, the numbers could potentially be substantially higher than what we had seen in prior cycles. So that study session on housing policy was held in response to these, the RHNA process, and also obviously the slew of housing legislation that the state legislature was adopting, reaching all the way back to 2017. And at that December 2019 meeting, Council directed staff to proceed with efforts to support housing production, particularly 100% affordable housing projects. So March 10th, 2020, staff returned with the first iteration of the process threshold IZO, that you see before you, and that included this concept of permit streamlining for 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 code compliant housing projects. So you can see if it's compliant with the HAA, it's code compliant. The IZO was then extended in August 25th, 2020, and then associated, or in that same meeting, residential leasing regulations were also adopted, which, the intent of that was to ensure that housing units built in Santa Monica are intended for permanent use, as opposed to seasonal or other sort of temporary use. And at this point, this IZO would expire January 31st, 2022, if not extended. So the content of the IZO itself, as you've heard me mention, it applies to 100% affordable housing projects and to Tier 2 code compliant housing projects. There's also sort of a sub-requirement currently in the IZO with respect to leasing regulations. So the tenants of any new units that use this ordinance must be natural persons. The units have to be the tenant's primary residence. The leases must be a minimum 1-year term, and units shall be unfurnished. It's proposed that that provision in the IZO actually be deleted because, again, the council adopted residential leasing regulations last fall, that replaced these requirements essentially. So there's not a need to have these in the IZO anymore. And then the IZO also includes specific requirements with respect to holding a community meeting prior to submitting an application for administrative approval. That is in line with guidelines adopted by the planning director. It requires a preliminary review by the Architecture Review Board prior to the approval of the project. And then it's important to note that formal design review by the ARB is also still required, so that design review function is not gone away in this IZO. You can see here the difference between the process in the zoning ordinance and the IZO. So under the zoning ordinance, 100% affordable housing projects over 50 units require a public hearing, and that's except for the downtown community plan area. And the IZO essentially allows 100% affordable housing projects of any size are exempt from that public hearing requirement. And you can see the graphic there showing the major difference in process for 100% affordable. This is a really important factor, that the certainty in the process and the sort of quicker turnaround on approvals of 100% affordable housing is really critical in their competitiveness for funding. Typically, they're seeking funding on very determined cycles or funding cycles, and so meeting these lending deadlines is really important. And since this IZO has been in place, we've probably had, I want to say 3 to 5 100% affordable housing projects use its provisions. So it's definitely something that has really helped affordable housing production. In terms of other housing projects, so market rate housing projects, the reasoning for the streamlined review, really is, as you kind of, heard me talk about the kind of context of what's happening at the state level, this declared housing crisis, and then at the time that we received a direction to proceed with this IZO and, to prepare for the arena allocation that was to come right around that time, March 10th, 2020. 6 days later, we shut down and, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. So, even prior to that, we were hearing from housing providers that the public hearing process, the discretionary process, presents a lot of risk and uncertainty, could have increased timelines, and that affected, their ability to proceed with projects or whether they would be willing to proceed at all. And that in combination with the restrictions that the Housing Accountability Act puts on cities, in terms of affording very narrow jurisdiction over housing projects. It raised questions at the time regarding the purpose and utility of public hearings if the city ultimately has no ability to disapprove, to essentially disapprove projects. Because, as you heard me describe, the only instance where it could be disapproved if very specific findings with respect to adverse impacts on public health, safety, and welfare. The other aspect of why the streamlining extension is being proposed is, really to be consistent with the adopted housing element. So that is still pending certification. And, as you all have been aware, the arena allocation for Santa Monica was 8,895 units. And in the past 5 years, Santa Monica has been issuing permits at a clip of about 200 units a year. In order to meet the housing element arena, we would need to be reaching, something along the lines of 1,100 units per year. So, having a streamlined process really supports the production of housing and the ability to meet those RHNA targets. And there is a specific program, Program 1A in the adopted housing element that speaks to by right approval of housing projects. And so extending the IZO would provide that streamlined review process to support the housing production necessary to meet those housing element targets. And then finally, we would be proposing to amend the IZO to be consistent with Chapter 6.22, which is the residential leasing requirement. So as you've heard me say, those are already in place. They're part of the municipal code. There's not a need for them to be in this IZO anymore. The reason they were in there to begin with is because they were requirements that predated 6.22, but since that's in place now, we no longer need them to be in the IZO. So those are being, that's the one amendment to the IZO, is to strike that particular section with respect to residential leasing requirements. So with that, staff is recommending the adoption and extension of the emergency IZO to extend the interim regulations that authorize 100% affordable housing projects and Tier 2 housing projects that are co-compliant to be reviewed through an administrative process. I will stop sharing my screen now and happy to answer your questions.
Ooh, okay. So let's see, Negrete, Brock, Ara. Okay, Lana. Before we go, guys, do you want to ask questions before we do public comment? Because I'm guessing we'll have some.
Do public comment first.
Does everyone agree, or Lana, do you want to ask your question?
Fine. We can do public comment.
Yeah.
How many questions, how many speakers do we have?
We have 5 speakers.
Great. Let's have the speakers first, okay?
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Are you supposed to be representing the residents who elected you? Because it looks like a continued action by you and staff to keep the residents out of as much of the development process of the city as possible. But you're going to proclaim it's for affordable housing. It's for the numbers. But how has your administrative approval process worked out for affordable housing tenants? Oh, but you don't really care about the affordable housing tenants or the abuse they suffer at the hands of the Santa Monica administrative approval process. A perfect example would be the administrative approval for 1314 2nd Street, the NRDC. which approved bright glaring lights to be on all night long on the roof, only negatively affecting affordable housing units. That also goes against the Municipal Code 9.21.080 and Downtown Specific Plan codes, or the raising of the building on the south side of the NRDC building, which restricts airflow into the affordable housing units, which again goes against the Municipal Code 9.21050. It was permitted through administrative approval. So, through these actions against affordable housing tenants through the administrative approval process, why would the residents believe that administrative approval process would be any different for the production of affordable housing? In ending, I guess you have to decide who you really represent, the residents or the ease of staff and developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Graham Rigby. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, this is Graham Rigby in Ocean Park. Thank you all for having me. I had thought a lot about what I wanted to say here. Let's see. The member of staff just now, forgive me, I'm forgetting her name, but mentioned that Santa Monica needs to construct 1,100 units a year, I believe, to comply with its obligations and to solve this terrible housing and affordability crisis we're in this city, in the state of California. And Councilmember De La Torre, I believe, spoke very eloquently earlier this evening, much earlier this evening, about the need for economic justice and how commitments in terms of how people feel aren't that important if we can't have economic justice, if we can't make Santa Monica a place where people can actually afford to move to. And so I would just strongly urge all members of the council to vote yes, and not to amend this, not to make it toothless, but let's really make it so we can build those 1,100 units that we need to every year to make Santa Monica affordable. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi. This is the first time I've been able to speak on something quite like this one. It's been on the docket, I just didn't speak. And why does something have to be affordable? Is because somebody doesn't have the income that they should have. Is part of the problem. There's an enormous amount of money, and it really doesn't get applied to the worker. It goes into the billionaire's bank account, collects dust in a computer chip. They're all a bunch of jerks anyways, a lot of this stuff. On the other side of this concept, I've always wondered, how do you get a piece of land and then the government comes in and tells you what you can do with it and how much you can make on it? And then let's look at a different concept. The idea in Santa Monica, hopefully, was that they weren't going to build high, make it look like Rio de Janeiro, with just all packed out right on the beach. They wanted to keep it low. So this puts a cap on the population of Santa Monica. How many people can you squeeze in there? And then somebody wants to do something else and squeeze in more people, but then the landowner actually doesn't really get to make any money off of this, even though the land is Native Americans' land, right? So all y'all doing corruption is the real estate cartel crap that goes on in the United States of America. But it is what it is right now, right? So they're looking for affordable housing projects. Sounds like a real nice thing. But if they actually paid people, right, not job function, if they paid people, humans, there wouldn't need to be affordable housing. This is a problem that comes from billionaire jerks that want to always dictate what people get paid, and then somebody in a city council gets to make themselves look good like they brought affordable housing to people who should be being paid robustly.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Welcome, Marianne O'Donnell. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. First, as a long-time resident, I'd like to express my continuing concern that under the guise of the pandemic and over the past 2 years, decision-making in our city is made virtually behind computer screens, and without proper community involvement, thus subverting our democratic process. Now, regarding item 7F, I, like many community members, am concerned about the slate of ISOs that fast-track developments through so-called streamline review, i.e. without proper due process or community input. I have the following 3 questions for you. Number 1, what are the City Council's plans to quit such emergency ordinances and restore a democratic process regarding zoning and development? Number 2, what are the city's plans to challenge the Sacramento bills, SB9, SB10, etc., that allow out-of-scale developments under the guise of a housing affordability with total disregard for local context and zoning ordinances, especially as most of the proposed projects only include a tiny fraction of affordable housing, 10% at most, thus diffusing the very purpose of those state bills. Other cities have sued the state about this blatant land grab that doesn't provide the necessary affordable and workforce housing. Why not Santa Monica? Final question. What are the city's plans for addressing the increase in infrastructure those proposed out-of-scale projects will require? And how will that challenge the city's budget and sustainability, especially since the state bills do not require the state to fund those infrastructure costs? I'm talking about water, gas, electricity, trash collection, police, fire, schools, healthcare, traffic management, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, Kathy Knight. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Yes, this is Kathy Knight. I'm a 27-year resident of Sunset Park, and I support the letter from our neighborhood association, Friends of Sunset Park, asking that you please do not approve this interim zoning ordinance other than the 100% affordable housing part of it. But the other part, Tier 1, Tier 2, please remove that from this. It needs a lot more investigation. There's a terrible development being proposed at Lincoln and Ocean Park Boulevard with 550 units and 5 stories high, and it'll destroy our Gelson Shopping Center. It's terrible, and there's been no public input hardly at all. They had one Zoom meeting, 100 people, including their staff, could attend. Nobody else could attend. They aren't having another meeting. We're totally just wiped out in terms of public input, and this is unacceptable. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are not 100% affordable. This development, as I understand, is only 10% affordable, and yet it will ruin the neighborhood and create incredible traffic on Lincoln Boulevard that we don't need. So please take out, do not approve Tier 1 or Tier 2 zoning in this ordinance. Take it out for now. We need to talk about it. As a speaker before me said, there's no public input. It's just horrible. There is no way to talk. And, you know, to say there's a public meeting and people in my neighborhood, we couldn't get on. People just couldn't get on. Even the president of my neighborhood association could not get on that meeting. And they said they will make a copy of the, hearing that we could listen to later, but they haven't done that. Thank you.
Welcome, Zena Josephs. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. The Friends of Sunset Park Board approved a letter over the weekend under the impression that the proposed Lincoln Center project at the Gelson site was considered Tier 2. On Monday, we received a copy of the preliminary application for administrative approval, and to our surprise and dismay, we discovered this gigantic project supposedly qualifies for Tier 1, although it includes jamming 10 buildings totaling nearly 900,000 square feet up to 5 stories into one parcel with 521 apartments, only 53 of which are affordable. Based on this, the board now opposes administrative approval for Tier 2 and Tier 1, and that leaves 100% affordable projects which have not required Planning Commission hearings in the past if they were under 50 units. But if continuing that requires extension of the modified IZO, we would not oppose that as long as they are still required to hold 2 community meetings and notify the city-recognized neighborhood organization for the area where the project is located. Unfortunately, the administrative approval application form requires only one community meeting and says nothing about notifying neighborhood organizations, a transparency failure. And if the Gelson's developers are allowed to get away with submitting their application after only one community meeting in which only 100 people, including the development team, were allowed to participate, it will make a complete sham of this supposed public process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Zena.
Welcome, Andrea Steele. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, the City of Santa Monica Council, for today and this evening. There's different topics I wanted to hit on, and particularly when it comes down to the developers that are coming into Santa Monica that are already existing. I feel as though there is not enough equity, meaning there are no Black contractors, there are no Black developing companies. It is not transparent when the time comes for bids to take place. I've looked at from the time my kids went to Roosevelt, Lincoln, and Samo, graduating out of 2015 year, I looked at how many locations of buildings that was built from the ground up. No Black developers. I looked inside some of these units when it came down to electricians and different people laying down concrete. Again, no Black contractors. The main thing is, when I looked at the square footage, there has to be an ordinance that you guys set in place for the correct square footage. What the lady presenter just stated, that there is no public input, that is totally unfair, because at the location of Ocean and Lincoln, you have a lot of input. Tier 1, Tier 2 is not for the benefit of the residents. It's not for the benefit of the proposing tenants. It's only for the benefit of the company that's actually doing the developing of this property. There has to be equity when it comes down to bids for any land, be it private or be it city. There also have to be transparency when it comes down to the proposals. It needs to be available to all, not just restricted to those few that pockets are being padded. The truth is there are multiple members that are available for public speaking and also to come out to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Before we go any further, there are a couple of things I think that, and although it is not in front of us really, so it's been raised several times. So Tier 2 projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act or a particular category doesn't include Tier 1. But more importantly, on the project at Lincoln and Ocean, the city has sent the developer a letter telling them that the community meeting, or the alleged community meeting, I should say, improper lawyer talk that they purported to hold at the same night as our city council meeting on January 11th, in fact, was not a valid meeting and could not count as a community meeting. So that's where we stand on that right now. But regardless, that project doesn't fall within this item. So that being said, let's start with Lana and then I guess Phil and then Christine. I think that was the order. Go ahead.
Well, I do want to echo the sentiments of a couple of our callers, but in particular, our last caller, or second to last caller, Zena. And because I didn't see when we were talking about Tier 2 or Tier 1, the percentage, there any requirement of a percentage. I'm all for the 100% affordable housing, and I would like to separate those because I didn't see that. I mean, like everyone has mentioned and like we've seen, a lot of times there's only 10%, 15% affordable housing in these Tier 1, Tier 2 projects. So I personally would like to be able to separate and be able to move forward the 100% affordable housing, but not the Tier 1, Tier 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
Well, look, I am all in favor of administrative approval of 100% affordable housing. I think we have to do that. We need to streamline that process for affordable housing. And not only is it a state, but it is a long-standing city commitment. So I'm in favor of that. The Tier 2 requirement, I want to, like Council Member Negrete, I want to bifurcate that, and I will be happy to approve the 100% affordable part of that IZO, but I will certainly not vote for the other part. And I think we were supposed to be asking questions, and we went right to comments. But
at this point, just so you know, I don't distinguish anymore because none of the questions are questions and the comments are.
I realize though I caught myself 3/4 of the way through. I guess the only question I would have of staff right now is there was mention among residents of Tier 1. And my question is, what are the state and local requirements for Tier 1 approval? And that would be from Jing.
So I think it's important to note that the tier system is a local construction. It's unique to Santa Monica, right? We created that through the land use and circulation element. So I think it's helpful to just, if there is a desire to not extend that particular provision, so the provisions other than 100% affordable housing, what would then become operative is the existing zoning ordinance. And so for the existing zoning ordinance, I think it's easiest to think about it. It clearly requires a development review permit, so a public hearing for Tier 2 projects. All Tier 2 projects need a public hearing. But for Tier 1, it's not just everything is a public hearing or not. It's more nuanced. It's actually a floor area threshold. So what was adopted, and it's in the zoning ordinance as part of the 2015 update, it was a threshold of 15,000 square feet for commercial projects. Above that requires a public hearing, and then for residential projects, it's above 30,000 square feet requires a public hearing. So it would default back to that. I just want to make sure that's understood. Is what
Can we, either adjust that amount in the Tier 1 for mixed use to make it a larger threshold before it would occur? So 30,000 square feet would be minute in our atmosphere right now, but is there a reasonable amount, and can that be inserted into tonight's vote, or does it have to be a separate motion and a different
Certainly
day?
You could adjust the language in the IZO in terms of its applicability. I think, there are a couple of options if you're thinking about a threshold. One might be a floor area threshold, like sort of a size. So if you're thinking something more than 30,000, that's certainly a number that could be inserted in there. Another possibility is the size of the parcel. Not without talking about any specific project in particular.
I'm not talking about anything specific.
Yeah, and I think I'll just share that, in terms of the projects that we typically see, they tend to be kind of like 15,000 square foot lots, which is, kind of a double lot in Santa Monica terms. And, you end up with, the like 5-story projects. It's a very typical mixed use housing project you see in Santa Monica. The more recent projects that have been kind of floating around are sort of very unusual in that regard. So a parcel size threshold, may be something that you want to think about as well.
What would you, if we want to try not overburden the planning department, not overburden the planning commission, but at the same time protect the residents' right and obligation to be able to weigh in on projects in their neighborhood. And I'm not asking you to make the decision for us, but what would you suggest as the planning manager is a good threshold? You gave me 2 options, but what would you say would be reasonable and not onerous?
I think we did a little bit of digging into our suitable sites inventory actually, and what was submitted just to get a sense of that. I would say maybe consider an acre. It's not arbitrary. We kind of looked at it, and like I said, most typical sizes of projects we see 15,000 square foot parcel, maybe even a triple lot, 22,005. I think when you hit an acre, you're looking at something probably somewhat more unusual. It ends up potentially affecting like 3.
So Phil, that's 43,000 feet.
That's what,
Oh, sorry, yeah. The size of an acre.
I haven't taken mechanical drawings since 7th grade.
43,000 square, a little more, 43,000.
Okay, so
43,560 is an acre to give you the square footage.
Okay,
so
thank you very much.
An idea.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Davis.
I was next, by the way, but okay.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Parr, I'm sorry, Councilmember Davis, she's right. So, yes, Councilmember Parr, you're up.
I just have a couple quick questions. In terms of understanding that according to HAA, you have to have a specific finding, what about, like our loose? And so what if a project doesn't align with what our loose is, or our objectives within their loose? Would that be, a good enough argument?
So even if someone submits an administrative approval project, it still must be consistent with the loose. And so, when we adopted the zoning ordinance, your zoning ordinance is consistent with your general plan for that reason, right? You can't adopt a zoning ordinance with, for example, heights and FARs that are higher than what was in your general plan. So that's only, that's what counts. And for the Housing Accountability Act, it's very specific to objective standards in the loose. So it's not just, policies, where you're exercising judgment. In the loose, really the only objective standards in there are the height and the FAR. And then those are then implemented in the zoning ordinance, which are, obviously have a slew of development standards in the zoning ordinance, in terms of height, FAR, parking, setbacks, that sort of thing, right? So that's the purpose of the administrative approval review is kind of like a zoning conformance check of the project. And if it's found that if the project doesn't comply with all of the objective standards in the zoning ordinance or the loose, it can't be approved, and it doesn't qualify for the protections under the Housing Accountability Act.
And then my other question, or probably more of a comment, one of the significant, concerns that I have in terms of some of these, potentially tier 1, tier 2 projects going, through or streamlined through administratively is, only having one community meeting, and then, in terms of, and then going to like an ARB, and, the circulation element where I know staff is predominantly the only ones that are looking at that. But, from my understanding historically, a lot of good information regarding circulation has come from community meetings or from people that actually live in the neighborhoods that are going to be affected by projects. And so where does that information get captured from people that actually live in neighborhoods that are going to be affected, by, the circulation that could give that input, especially from what I understand in some of these community meetings, where only 10 to 20 questions are being allowed. And so, if that's, so that's a little bit of a concern too, where that community participation is critical to have, especially, when they are the ones that are going to have to live with a project. And so especially, I know that we've been bringing up the Lincoln project, which I don't want to bring it up, but I do want to bring up a project of that magnitude, like a project that has like 500 units per se, a big project that's going to go through. I'm not talking about that project, but I'm saying a project with 500 units that could go through administratively and not have significant community participation, especially where it comes to circulation, especially where, sight lines could be compromised, where there's, a lot of, bike lanes, so forth and so on, that is of significant concern to me. And again, I'm not doubting, the ability of our planning staff and team to be able to think about all that, but I'm just saying, it's really important to have community perspective involved in that process, because they live there, they drive that, in that community and are a part of that community and should really have their voices being heard in the process. And so that's a really significant concern of mine, to not have that community participation and just have this be like a streamlined process. So I just wanted to make that comment. I mean, there's no need to, but
I mean, I'm happy to kind of provide some perspective. So I think, when we think about adopted land use policy and the zoning ordinance, those things are a reflection of the community's values. The loose wasn't created overnight. It wasn't written by staff in a locked room. It was an 8-year process. The DCP was a 6-year process. The Bergamot area plan, was a multi-year process. The zoning ordinance update, took 5-6 years to adopt, and all of those were expansive community processes. And so, I think what the sort of pressure we're feeling a little bit from the state is like, make your requirements clear, right? And so everybody knows, whether it's the applicant or the community, we are communicating the community's wants, our desires, our values through these adopted policies, and then implementing them through the zoning ordinance. So, I think we try to think of planning and not doing it on a project by project basis, but, that if we want a bike lane here, or if we want sidewalk expansion there, or, if we want to protect private views, those are things that we should enact and make clear in our codes and our adopted land use documents. So, when we review these projects, they're not done in a vacuum by any means. It's really looking at the projects in comparison to these adopted policies, which have been through multi-year community processes and were adopted by council. But in terms of what you're saying and the concern about community engagement in the process, I think, just sharing kind of when, how the IZO started, and the community meeting requirement was actually included when the ordinance was initially brought to council. I think for that reason, you're asking as to at what point is input, specific to a site included in the process. So one thing is, the reason it was it was required before the application was submitted was to ensure that what we find is, by the time an application comes in through the doors of the city, it's already, the developer has paid money to draw the plans, like it's almost a little too late in the process. And so I think what was the intent of that was to allow this, as early in the process, that direct dialogue between the developer and the community. And, our guidelines require that they have the website, they collect the comments, and that they allow a minimum of 2 weeks for collecting those comments and show how they have responded to those comments. And then I guess I would add also to that at any point in time, community members can communicate with the assigned staff members that are reviewing the project as well, to offer their questions or concerns. That's what we're here for. So in the course of review, if those things are brought up, we're certainly, can consider them. If it's part of the AA process, we can only review what's in the code, but, there is a design review process. And I guess, what we've seen sometimes is, some of the concerns sometimes are design related, or, it's about kind of shifting something, whether it's a driveway or what have you. And, there are actually adopted requirements in the zoning ordinance, or in our adopted policy documents that often address some of those issues. So, just kind of offer that kind of broader perspective as to, where the community plugs into the process.
So, thank you, Ms. Yo. And now Councilmember Davis, then Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and then Councilmember Negrete. Okay.
So I have some questions and some comments. And the first question I have is, didn't we promise the state in our draft housing element that we would adopt administrative approvals? Wasn't that program 1A for non-100% affordable housing projects?
Yes, there is Program 1A, which is the by right approvals for housing projects. And it's a very long program. I won't read all of
Right,
it.
but it's not limited to 100% affordable housing projects, right?
That is correct, yes.
So if we do what a couple of council members have suggested so far, are we not telegraphing the state that they should basically kick our draft housing element back to us because even though we promised it, we're really not going to do it?
I think that, so at the moment, our element is with HCD for review. Ultimately it will be HCD making that judgment as to, how, whether the implementation actions that have been taken are consistent with the programs as written. I think depending on, council's direction with respect to how we proceed, whether it's with this IZO, with, the permanent implementation, there are some options that we can think through. But, ultimately in terms of determining compliance and certification, that will be HCD's decision ultimately.
Well, yeah, but they're going to just make that decision based on what we do. And if we've already promised that this is what we're going to do, and then before they've even decided on whether or not to certify our housing element, that we're not going to do it. I mean, I think it doesn't, don't you think that would create a little bit of distrust at HCD?
There may be some concern if it appears that it's inconsistent with the adopted program. I will note that with Program 1A, there are two parts to it. One is the kind of the longer chunk that speaks to the long-term, the permanent streamlining. And then there's a sort of second section that talks about extending interim zoning amendments for the process thresholds pending the full implementation of the program. So there's sort of two parts to it. It's sort of not all wrapped up in one.
Right, but if there's not sufficient council concurrence that we should allow administrative approvals of non-100% affordable housing projects on an interim basis, it's probably unlikely we're going to approve it on a permanent basis. Wouldn't that be a fair extrapolation for HCD to make?
I couldn't speak on what HCD would do because the interim amendments are, interim. They're not the full implementation of the program. So that's
okay. That's fine.
That's all I could respond. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll raise that in a comment. The other question I have is the reason we adopted this administrative approval process was because under the Housing Accountability Act, we could have 25 public meetings. We could have 30 public meetings. And it wouldn't matter because under the Housing Accountability Act, so long as the proposed project was within our relevant zoning ordinance, we didn't really have any choice other than to approve it. Is that correct?
That's right. As long as the project met the objective standards, the city would not be able to disapprove the project.
So all we're really doing when we talk about, well, let's not do administrative approvals for non-100% affordable housing projects is saying, well, let's have more public input. But at the end of the day, we're going to end up, in all likelihood, because this has happened in the past on numerous occasions, having to approve the project. And all that will do then is add to the cost of the project. As we all know, time, process, all add to the cost of doing the project. Isn't that right?
That's what we've heard from housing providers. I think I would add, I don't want to confuse this sort of further, but I guess there is, it kind of bears mentioning there is another state law that has some bearing here, which is SB 330, SB 8. And, we do have that particular state law actually places time limits by which the city has to review housing projects. So these are housing projects that are consistent with the Housing Accountability Act. So if they meet that, 2/3 residential standard under SB 330, I'll use an example for a mixed-use housing project that is exempt from CEQA, which is very, very typical in Santa Monica. We would have 60 days to approve that project. And then there's also SB 330, SB 8 also includes a limit of 5 public hearings, and those hearings are inclusive of any meeting you hold on the project. So whether it's preliminary ARB review, appeals, planning commission, that sort of thing, would count towards that public hearing limit. So, there is a time limit that the city has to act as well.
And this is being enforced, right? I mean, HCD is investigating the city of San Francisco with regard to a large project that didn't fall, because I was going to raise SB 330. That was my next set of questions. But that was an HAA project, but didn't meet SB 330 time limits. A developer filed a lawsuit today regarding a project in Alhambra. I mean, so this is not like, well, if we don't obey the rules, nobody's going to care. We could get, we could have issues either with the state or end up in litigation. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of 2 housing projects in San Francisco that, the HCD has written letters to the city and county of San Francisco regarding their actions on those projects.
So, I mean, I raise these issues. So my comment is, while public input is important, public input, and we require that, and we have sent a letter on the project that has raised a lot of hackles that they need to do another meeting. It's my understanding they're going to do it. But I think at one point we need to understand, one, that if we're going to generate the kind of housing we are required to generate under our submitted, our approved, I voted no, but the majority of the council approved the housing element, we're going to have to move these projects through quickly. 2, under the Housing Accountability Act, at the end of the day, our hands are tied anyway. So while it's great to have public input, and we should allow for that, and we do allow for that, at the end of the day, it's not going to make a difference as to whether or not the project gets approved. And so all we're doing is adding process. When we add process, we add time. When we add time, we have money. We all, I think, believe that we would like to see rents and the cost of housing in Santa Monica come down. We're not going to see that happen if we keep adding money to the process. If it costs more to build a unit, then they're going to charge more rental on the back end. So I think we need to be cognizant of all of these. And for that reason, I think we should approve the administrative process both for 100% affordable, obviously, but also for the other housing projects that fall within Tier 1 and Tier 2 as staff originally recommended. I think it's our obligation under the housing element. We said we were going to do it. I think it's the right thing to do if we're serious about building housing. I think it's the right thing to do if we're serious about trying to bring down the cost of housing, both market rate and other kinds of housing. So, I understand that the community wants to have a further public process, and we do have provisions for a public process. But at the end of the day, the community needs to understand that our hands are tied and that they will only find the public process frustrating because 500 people can come to a meeting and say, I don't like it. But under the Housing Accountability Act, which is a state law, we're going to have to approve it anyway. So I think if we sort of recognize that what our limitations are under state law, we should do everything we can to build housing as quickly and in its most streamlined possible process as possible, which hopefully will lead to less affordable housing, will help us comply with our obligations under the housing element, and will eventually lead to a community where people that are want to live here. Kids who are graduating from our high school, our wonderful high school, can actually afford to live here when they come back from whatever it is they decide to do after high school. So I'm in support of streamlining both affordable and mixed-use, market rate, partial affordable housing projects.
Council, I'm sorry. So here, yes, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan then Councilmember Negrete, then Councilmember De La Torre, and then I have a few questions. So go ahead.
So I'm confused. Are we talking about adding tier 1 back into it? Because that's not what's in the current zoning ordinance that's in front of us. So we're just focusing on tier 2, right? And so we can just
HAA compliant tier 2.
So we don't need to talk about the Lincoln project at all, right? Because that's a tier 1 project.
That's right.
So I want to be clear on that. I also, didn't support the version of the housing element that we submitted, but and I went back and I read through the red line version, and it's as clear as day right in there. And this seems to be like a consistent thing that happens. Is like we vote on something, and 4 months later we vote in a different way. And so I am curious, my colleagues who supported passage of the housing element, sort of what changed if you are now saying that a tier 2 administrative approval is not a good option. What was the point of submitting that in the housing element that you supported in October 12th? So I am curious about that. But
you want your answer now or later?
No, I have one more question, so it'll take 2 seconds, and then sure, people can answer whenever they'd like. But just sort of going back to what, and Joe, I'd love your thoughts. What risk, if any, do you foresee if we were to tonight, and again, this is just again, unless I misread this is a 4-month extension of the emergency interim zoning ordinance, right? Through May of this year. Is that what we're talking about? Basically to get us through, like, housing element compliance.
Yeah, it was meant to get us through our first phase, which included the by right streamlining and then the upzoning stuff. So that's what it was meant to cover.
Okay. So what sort of liability, if any, and I know, Jane, you answered this, but I'm just curious what Joe's thoughts are.
By risk liability, you mean HCD? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, or yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, as Jing said, we cannot read into their minds. There is, the city made representations in the housing element. It's my understanding that HCD has, some instances, notified various cities that they didn't comply with their obligations already. So there is a risk that HCD will find that the city's out of compliance.
Okay, so then I guess the question that I started with is, I just want to understand what in the understanding of what a by right approval was on October 12th that got council support, what in my colleagues' understanding of that on October 12th changed between then and now, if they're thinking about voting in a different direction. I'm just curious.
So, Council, may I ask my questions? I think it may make the rest of the discussion.
Can I go next?
Yes, you've already gone once. It's not like I'm depriving you of your opportunity, but go ahead.
Okay. So, as I had something else to say, but it's in line with what Mayor Pro Tem McCowan was asking. So in terms of like what was voted in October or brought earlier before I came and then brought back in October, you obviously understand all the process and everything that goes into it much better, and it's made very clear here. So I just want to say that for me, when I'm looking at this, we have an affordability issue in Santa Monica. I think we all agree on that. I think we all agree that we want to make living in Santa Monica more affordable for more people. I don't feel that these tier 2 projects that have 50 units that are affordable and 500 that aren't, or whatever it is, 10% that are affordable, are balancing anything. It looks nice because we're adding a few affordable units, but who gets access to those? It creates a wider gap for the middle working class, people like myself, who are pretty much getting priced out of the apartment they live in. So I look at it as, yeah, sure, there's a handful of affordable apartments that might go in one of these projects, but there's 5 times the amount or 3 times the amount of unaffordable, and it's not driving down the cost. And those, whether it takes longer or not, I'm sure that is true, that yes, it does end up costing more and it might impact it on the back end. But even still, even if it's built very quickly, they're still very expensive units. I mean, $3,000, $4,000 a month is not something that my high school graduate kids are going to be living in. My stepdaughter is 23 and 26. They do not live in Santa Monica, and they can barely afford to live in the cities that they're in. So when we're talking about creating a different Santa Monica, an inclusive Santa Monica, a Santa Monica that everybody can enjoy and afford to live in, we're talking about 100% affordability. How many projects in the last year, 2 years have been presented that are 100% affordable versus these tier 2 projects? Maybe with the influx in community, this longer process where the community is really speaking their mind, maybe we invite more affordable projects, more 100% affordable projects to be built, and maybe those that are building tier 2 are less. I would like to see more 100% affordable. I would hope that we all agree that if there was 10 projects, we'd like to see 8 of them be 100% affordable and the other 2 be mixed use. I don't think we need any more ultra expensive apartment buildings. I don't think that these projects that have retail on the bottom and 10 affordable units and the rest all absolutely unaffordable are necessary. None of those units are affordable to me. And I make a decent living, but I can't afford to live in anything other than my rent-controlled apartment. So I'm speaking for myself as a renter, as someone who has 2 grown children that are my stepdaughters in the world and 2 kids that are, still in middle school. They will not be able to afford to rent a 1-bedroom apartment in Santa Monica, whether it be in some new development or an old building that they find on Craigslist. They'll have to live in my rent-controlled apartment building to stay in Santa Monica the way it is now. So that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm concerned. You can disguise this affordable housing opportunity and talk about it like it's to build equality and access to the city. But in reality, it's like a builder's dream. We're building under the guise of all these things and saying affordability, but this much of it is going to people who can't afford it. And the majority of it is going to people who can't afford it. So we're bringing in people, transplants, who are moving here to live in these ultra expensive apartments and providing very little for those who have been waiting on lists or whatnot to get an affordable apartment. It's not serving the people in our city. And that's where I stand on this.
So can I just do, because that was a little bit to my question, I can't respond back to.
Yeah, okay. Yes, this is supposed to be a discussion. I believe in that.
I guess. Here's my question. So yes, there were parts of our housing element, and Sue was an integral part of this that spoke to how do we get to more 100% affordable, which is why we have committed to, public land being allocated for 100% affordable. 100% affordable projects don't come our way because they don't pencil for the developer unless we do something like turn over the land. And so we're doing that now. But I guess my question is, and I think does tier 2 have a 20% affordable unit requirement?
So I think it's under the current AHPP, our current inclusionary housing program, the program that enacts affordable housing requirements for market rate projects. The minimum requirement right now is 10%. If you do a tier 2 project, you have to do 50% more. So it's 15% if you do a tier 2 project. I think some of the confusion may lie in, because there's state density bonus law that allows project applicants, and this is something the city has absolutely no choice in the matter in allowing. Someone could propose a Tier 1 project and then receive a density bonus under state density bonus law. And what that is that state density bonus law was created for cities that don't have essentially their own inclusionary housing ordinance. So it's basically if you provide a percentage of affordable housing in your project, you get a kind of reward, a bonus in the form of more density in your project. In Santa Monica, that equates to more floor area ratio, more FAR. So you get a bigger project, essentially more market rate units, in return for providing a percentage of affordable. So what you may see in projects, you're like, that's not 15% on that project. It is because of the way it's calculated. It's calculated on the project before the bonus is applied. So although at the end it might look like a lower percentage, they have in fact applied, with that 15% requirement, and then they got a bonus on top. So, in terms of the minimum requirement right now, it is 10%, and then under Tier 2 it's 50%. And I recognize, I think probably Councilmember Negrete was the only one that wasn't there for the full discussion, but just remember going forward in the housing element, what is adopted is we're moving forward with the elimination of tiers, for housing projects. So there won't be this Tier 1, Tier 2 distinction for housing projects. Going forward, it will just become one number, backing in from an inclusionary percentage, an affordable housing percentage.
But to your point, with the density bonus, we still ultimately end up with less than 15%. Possibly less than 10%.
Yes, that is absolutely
the
correct.
The scales keep tipping. Really expensive
Right.
Market rate.
Yeah,
Less
and
affordable.
I think, and I mean, I hear you in terms of that frustration, but I think it's important to recognize that that's state law, that the way it's written in terms of density bonus law, and even a project like that, as long as it qualifies under that definition of a housing project under the Housing Accountability Act, the city is obligated to approve that project. We cannot deny a code compliant project.
I hear you. I understand that the city didn't come up with the density bonus. I'm just pointing out that the reason I feel that way is because I feel like we're continuing to tip the scales in the wrong direction. And in fact, we're not creating equity and access. We're doing the opposite. The more these developments are, I wish more projects, more nonprofits wanted to build 100% affordable housing. But I think the more we just streamline everything, we're going to get a rush of all the other projects, and we're going to be in a worse situation with less equitable housing in Santa Monica.
So Councilmember De La Torre, and then everybody else, I believe, has gone. So after Councilmember De La Torre, I'm going to take a turn, and then, sorry, Phil, I'm going first, and then Councilmember Brock, then Councilmember Davis.
There's conditions on the state law, and it says that if you can find that there's a negative impact on health, well-being, I can't exactly recall that. Has anybody done a study in terms of the daily car trips? I think it's like 50,000 right now on Lincoln Boulevard in that intersection, and we know that there's traffic accidents. We know that there is more danger, to pedestrians, and I was wondering if any traffic study has been done regarding this proposal. Has staff looked at that at all?
We're not talking about a specific project. But in terms of traffic counts in the city, yes, we do those periodically.
So there's no traffic study no traffic studies required when you exercise your administrative approval rights?
No, so we don't have a requirement in our zoning ordinance for a traffic study. That's often triggered through the environmental review process through CEQA, and we would determine the level of environmental review when a project is submitted. But by definition, an administrative approval process is defined as a ministerial project. So what that means is that city staff exercises no discretion or judgment. You're just applying the standards, the black and white standards of the code and our adopted documents to the project. If the project complies, then it can be approved. And by definition, ministerial projects are exempt from CEQA.
And Jane, could you answer the question whether or not in SB 330, SB 8 projects, traffic can be an objective health and safety condition that could support a denial? Because I'm under the impression it's not.
I don't think, I guess I've not seen it applied in that manner.
But it wouldn't be out of line for us to take that position, at least as a way to test that rule.
I think it's something we'd have to research more as to, how often that particular provision has been used under the Housing Accountability Act. I don't know off the top of my head, in terms of how that's used. It does define specific adverse impact as a significant, quantifiable, direct and unavoidable impact based on objective identified written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. We can try and find more information about that for you. I will say that, in terms of thinking about traffic and impacts, there's just generally, I don't want to get too technical, but it's just generally a move away from car trips and the like as being an impact. So just like total traffic volume, it's really more towards a measure of vehicle miles traveled and the location of projects, within a city. So in an urban infill city like Santa Monica that is well served by transit with a grid system and what have you, I think it may be hard to make that kind of an argument that traffic is a significant and adverse impact.
I guess, it's late, so I'm trying to figure out how can we move this forward to get a decision so that we can move forward on this. But I just want to, reiterate what a lot of people have said, in terms of supporting a public process, public input, the community most affected. When we talk about community benefits, that those benefits should go in large part to the community most impacted. I hope that we have that type of policy moving forward in terms of community benefits and in any case, everything's already been said in terms of what's happening. I think it's a fallacy to suggest that more housing in Santa Monica is going to create more affordability. I don't see that happening. I definitely feel that we're tipping the scales in the wrong direction, and all that's been said. But I want us to get to a decision. So, Mayor, I think you have some questions as well. And
I do, yeah. So I have a few. So my understanding is that we didn't yet commit to abolish all the tiers. Is that right? In the housing element?
You're correct that we didn't put any numbers in the housing element. What we did include was a range of heights and affairs.
So may I, prior to last year, our tiers basically removed, the law was that if you had a system like this that basically was a value capture system like ours, that then you didn't go to density bonus. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's yet. So the loose system was enacted kind of in an earlier iteration of state density bonus law, I guess you'll say. I don't want to suggest that the city has been ignoring state density bonus law. That's not at all the case. We had enacted it based on what it was at the time, and it's evolved since then. And so where we are at this point is that our loose tiers, that if you do propose a density bonus project, it is applied off tier 1, which is the identified maximum allowable density in the city. Tier 2 is a voluntary tier. That's something that someone can request, but that is not the base upon which density bonus is based.
So across the city, an HAA compliant tier 2 project has 15% affordable. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I'm sorry. So an HAA compliant tier 2 project has 15% affordable.
That is correct. Yeah, under
and
our current
before
code,
you
yeah.
didn't lay the density bonus on top of it, but now you can.
No, you would not lay the density bonus on top of tier 2. It would be on top of tier 1.
Okay, so if we approve this, we're basically streamlining all 15% tier 2 projects, right? So that's basically because to be compliant with the Housing Accountability Act, it has to have the affordable. Yes?
No. Housing Accountability Act does not have an affordability threshold. It's just residential use.
Okay,
so
but
2/3 of the project has to be residential use.
But you can't in Santa Monica, because we have the 15% affordability, do that without doing the affordable as well.
Correct. That's right.
So you could do that in some communities, but not here.
Yeah. For some communities who don't have an inclusionary ordinance, so they might merge together HAA and state density bonus law or, what have you, get there, or they don't, they'll just have kind of a simpler set of standards, I guess, to comply with. But in our city, that includes the AHPP.
Okay, so when we're talking about thresholds, right, are we talking about, so the first thing is that we had this interim zoning ordinance to get us through the housing element, right? And I have to say something, guys. I independently submitted a Public Records Act request to HCD for all documents concerning our housing element. And what I've seen from those documents is obviously there's a lot of sniping on all, but if we don't go with the HAA compliant tier 2 for this extension, I can promise you that every abundant housing YIMBY person and their brother will be writing to HCD. And if you want, I'll share the results of this PRA with you, because they already do it. Every time we lift an eyebrow, they write to HCD and complain. So I think we can predict that that's going to happen. So that being said, I believe we have a compliant housing element. I don't think HCD will reject it. And I personally am prepared to vote for the city to sue HCD should they reject our housing element. I think it would be horrendous. I think that we're the best houser in the entire state, and that we have the most creative thinking about it, and we've housed more people in affordable housing than anybody else, man for man, woman for woman, child for child in the state of California. So I dare them to reject our housing element, and I hope they watch this meeting. That being said, I think it's important that while we're waiting for them to reject our housing element, we keep this in place. And I originally was tempted to say only 100% affordable, but I have to say, after looking at the results of this Public Records Act request, I think that for 4 months, right, because we have a chance to adjust it in our zoning code, but there is one thing I want to talk about, and that is the square footage threshold on the land. So if we said that it's only on projects below, could we say 22.5, Jing? It only applies to projects on a lot that is smaller than 22,500 feet.
Are you asking me about that?
I am totally asking you about that.
I mean, I had suggested an acre.
Right.
I'm not the attorney in the room here, and I'm just kind of going by like the
3 lots is
a year long.
Isn't
3 lots? Yeah, I don't know. We do see 3 lot projects, I guess, so that's why I'm hesitant.
So
a little bit.
30,000 square feet lot.
Like 4 lots. That's probably better.
Okay. But we could say that this only applies to projects on lots less than 30,000 square feet. I mean, we're an infill city. Our lots, the standard size is 7,500. Do you think that you really think we need to go to like 40,000?
No, I mean, I think we can try 30.
I think we should do 30. So that would be, I'm just telling you my suggestion. I think that we should be prepared to take on HCD. And look, one of the reasons I didn't want to do it with all the other cities is because we are different. We aren't like them. I challenge them to reject our housing element because I think it's as good as anybody is going to get. We already have a density of 10 to 11,000 square people per square mile. It's not like we're, I don't know, where was I? Yorba Linda or something, right? I mean, we're really different, and I think that we focused on the housing. But I would like to hear from the city manager, who's been now at 3 cities in the last 3 years, right? 4 years, and maybe has some insight on this.
Frankly, as I'm listening to this conversation, I don't have, much to add to where this discussion is going. I think, what I'm a little bit hesitant and nervous about is just sort of picking a lot size without, giving our staff some space to kind of come back and answer some questions or what concerns you have about it. Because I think we're doing it fairly quickly at this point in time. And really the gap in time we're talking about is between now and May. So I just want to sort of just throw out that we are coming back to in March with more of a permanent ordinance. So the timing isn't that significant right now.
Well, 4 months could be a lot of applications, right? So Councilmember Brock.
I want to move that we adopt the emergency interim zoning ordinance to extend interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance 2633, extended by 2645, amending the Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 939 and Section 94020 to increase thresholds for review of 100% affordable housing projects and housing projects of 1 acre or less, subject to the Housing Accountability Act by administrative approval.
I'll second that. I'll give Christine. Okay, so moved by Brock, seconded by Para. Yes, and Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Negretti.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Now you aren't, but you were, and so we didn't hear the first part of what you said.
So I just want to address Councilmember Negretti's concern about building market rate housing. Actually, building market rate housing does lead to increased affordability. Just over at UCLA, there was a literature review of many studies done by Shane Phillips, Michael Manville, and others that studied where you built market rate housing. It actually caused nearby housing costs for market rate units to go down. So yes, there is this law of supply and demand does actually work in housing, and if you increase the supply of market rate housing, then you will see the cost of market rate housing go down. So, and if anyone has any studies to the contrary, as opposed to their feelings, then I'm happy to look at those. But
I have studies to the contrary, but they aren't here right now.
Is that study from Fresno? It looked at Fresno or Santa Monica?
The UCLA study actually looked at numerous jurisdictions. It didn't look at Fresno.
Let me ask you, within what radius and how much did it reduce the cost?
It depended on the study, usually within a radius of 500 to 1,000 feet. And it reduced the cost anywhere, I think, from about 1% to 3%. It's not big, but it doesn't make housing go up. And it does provide for more housing.
But the units that are being built are unaffordable. So in the immediate.
Well, how do you know that though? I mean,
because I'm watching them. I know because I look all the time to move out of my god awful apartment and can't afford it.
And with all due respect, Councilmember Negretti, and I don't know what your financial situation is, but I hear from nurses, I hear from teachers who say, I can pay some of these rents, but I can't find a unit. I mean, and I don't want to get into the whole myth of vacancy here. But
I can tell you because I look at vacancies on a week. I'm not just saying that for the sake of this conversation. We literally look at vacancies all the time. There's plenty of units available. They just aren't affordable for our family. So if we want to spend $3,500 for 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, or above, then yes, but nothing below. And if I want a new unit like the ones that are being built, it's over $4,000 a month. But I don't know what's affordable to everybody else. That's just not affordable for us.
Right. So I think we need to be careful about saying nobody, because look, here's the bottom line: is people who build housing. The way they make money is by renting it out. So if they're going to set rents in a place where nobody can afford them, then they're not going to make any money. That's the way.
But people can afford them. I watch our building. People can come in and they're transplants. They might be here for work, and lots of people can afford $5,000, $4,000 a month. I can't afford that, and I don't think I'm low on the totem pole in terms of my income. I think we do fine as a family. I think we probably do fine in some other state, unfortunately, but here we are in Santa Monica, and this is what we can't afford. I'm going by personal lived experience.
Right, and I'm sympathetic to that, and you're not alone, and that's why we all are in favor of building 100% affordable projects, and why the housing element requires us to build, not just very low income projects, but moderate income projects. So nobody's arguing we shouldn't build across the spectrum.
The reality is those lists are so tight.
But the reality is that, on these large acreages, you're probably not going to see 100% affordable housing projects. You're not going to get 500 unit affordable housing projects. It's not the way.
No, but 10%.
The financing works. Well, I think our planning manager told us that we had 10% at tier 1 and 15% at tier 2. And the problem is that if you add higher inclusionary requirements, let's say you wanted to say, okay, let's make it 50% affordable. And you're probably going to make the project not pencil out, and then you'll get no housing. 50% of zero is zero. So you have to make sure that you have you set the affordable inclusionary level at a level that makes the housing viable. Because then unless you get to a really big project like we had with the related project at the corner of Ocean and Pico, where about 50% of the units were in fact affordable, but that's because they were building high-end luxury $7 million condos to offset the project. On a typical smaller project, if you say we want to have a 30%, we have this problem in our downtown. We set very high inclusionary levels and as a result got no projects. And when we tested the viability, our consultant came back and said it's because the inclusionary level was too high. So you can set it at 50%, but 50% of zero is zero, and then you get no new housing for anyone, either affordable or market rate. So, I think, we're either interested in building housing or we're not. And obviously I know where we've been on the scale before and where I fall on the scale. But, I do want to say one last thing, which is I don't agree with the mayor that we should think about suing HCD. I mean, there may be a majority of people on the council who think that's a good idea. But, I think that we have an obligation to build housing. We're seeing that play out across the state with jurisdictions who are not happy about it, but it's not going anywhere. And I don't know what our basis for suing would be, but I'm sure she'll think of something. But I just, we submitted a housing element that said we were going to allow for administrative approvals of both 100% affordable and market rate projects. And I think we should continue to do that. And I don't see any reason to make a distinction about lot size. I mean, I don't see what the point of that is, because the Housing Accountability Act doesn't make that distinction about lot size. So if, I don't know where they would find this, but if someone found a 2-acre parcel and they wanted to build a tier 1 project, we could say, fine, there's no administrative approval, but we'd still end up having to approve it under the Housing Accountability Act. So I don't see what the point of having some sort of land size distinction is. Our hands are still tied. I think we should acknowledge that, and we should work with what we've got and accept the fact that we're going to be building a lot more housing and figure out how to do that in the most expeditious, efficient, and economical way so that whatever units are built are accessible to as many people as possible. So I'm going to be voting no on that motion.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Call the question.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Excuse me, this is Joe Lawrence. I'd like to ask Heidi to put onto the record where this change would appear should it pass, so you know what we're exactly voting on.
Thanks.
So the change would be made in 2 sections. The first is to Santa Monica Municipal Code section 9.39020A3 on page 10. There would be a new
Blow that up, Heidi. That would be great because I can't see. I see it now.
So it would add a new subparagraph C, which is an additional condition for streamlining that reads, is located on a parcel that does not exceed 1 acre in size.
I would say square footage. That's the only difference.
Okay. So it does not exceed.
Phil, I'm fine either way.
I know. I'm just trying to make it legal, Phil.
Okay, that's fine. I accept the square footage difference.
Okay. So does not exceed the.
Or something. I just think size is.
What was it?
43560.
Thank you.
Square feet. And the second change is on page 14, and it is to Santa Monica Municipal Code section 9.39. Pardon me. 9.39020 B3, and again, it would be a new subparagraph C that's added, and also is located on a parcel that does not exceed 43,560 square feet.
Thank you. Now that that's there, you can take out the square feet above. I'm okay with that. The one above, right? I don't care about that anymore, as long as it's specified that it's the square footage of the parcel. Okay, so thank you, Heidi. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Oh, no, Jay.
Good. Let's have a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes 6-1.
Mayor, can I say something really quick?
Okay.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out that oftentimes when projects are built next to homes, people go, oh, this is great. It's going to drive up the value of my home, which is great for the homeowner, but essentially making homes and home buying much harder for somebody.
That's our next issue. Home
So
buying.
I'm just talking about affordability.
Okay, so let me
But
go on
apparently
to
Phil's going to rent me his place.
Let's
for
get out of here, Lana. Let's get out of here.
Okay, item 13A is confirmation and appointment of Paul Winmore as the joint selection of the Santa Monica Police Chief and the Santa Monica Police Officers Association as the ex officio and non-voting member of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. And we have no callers on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Was that Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes,
Yes.
De La Torre, seconded by Brock. Let's have a roll call. Unless somebody wants to discuss it. Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
Okay, so next we have the public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And hold on just a second. I'm sure we have somebody calling.
I guarantee it, right? Shall I read the number? I mean, it's not.
Yeah, go ahead and read the number again.
310-312-8173.
Okay. Esther, do we have the caller? According to staff, there's one call. Hey, Mary, did you want to announce the meeting on Saturday while we wait here?
Oh, yes. Our next meeting is Saturday, January 29th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other? Actually, I'm handing it over to Kristen for a minute. So, Kristen, do you have any announcements you want to make?
And we do have 3 callers. Yeah.
Okay, let's have callers.
And remember, I have 3 obits as well.
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. Let's look at the actions of our unprofessional, incompetent presiding officer, the mayor, who has appointed herself Queen Bee of Civility. In relation to public input on items 13D and 13E at the last City Council meeting, January 11th, 2022, and what was said about Renee Buchanan's inaction on the Housing Commission. Or did I call you a name? Well, it must fall under civility considering you've done it to me, unless, of course, my right to freedom of speech is different than yours. So why would the Queen Bee of Civility be chastised in the public for the truth and what they had to endure and experience at Housing Commission meetings? Or the fact that was the kind of person you kept appointing, and again tried to reappoint without the number of votes you needed. And this makes you look bad, showing that what you did in reappointing Renee Buchanan in the Housing Commission in item 13A at the December 7th, 2021 City Council meeting was a sleazy action by the 4 of you. Hopefully the public will remember these actions in the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Am I supposed to speak now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hi, it's Jonathan Foster, Unbridge, you fart holes. Woo! Hey, you told Texas what to do on abortion. Don't you want to tell them not to build the wall? I think that would fit you guys. Remember the MLK, moving through a lot of topics here in 2 minutes, not enough time. I'd speak for 5 hours if I could. The MLK Jr. holiday, remember the CIA, FBI combined operation? They sued the government on that. It's a pretty sad thing. I really hate hearing that story. There should be on the council meetings, no meeting past like 2 a.m. It's poor government. You should start sooner or come back on another day, or maybe change the meetings to every week instead of bi-weekly. Now, on Promenade 3.0, which is why I called again, and I was talking about the black-hatted, black coat, white shirt, black pants, Jewish people that were out there. It seemed really nice in certain ways until, again, as I said, it seemed pretty racist that everybody they talked to, if you didn't line up, they asked no one black, no one Chinese, no one Latino, no one with hair past their butt was asked, are you Jewish? And it's just very upsetting to me. It's very upsetting. I saw the video again. Zionism is not Judaism. because there's a guy named Jesus that's the guy that was there. That's what they're about, and they have rejected him. And we've got so many problems in America because everybody turning their back on Jesus. The place is getting worse. Everybody's asking, how do we get it better? I keep trying to say how to get it there. I'm not a perfect person, but, you know, some of the things.
Esther, is there another caller? I believe there's one more caller.
Thank you. I'm back.
Okay. Mr. Katz, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead. You have your 2 minutes.
Thank you to Councilmember Phil Brock, Councilmember Christine Parra, Mayor Sue Himmelrich for your leadership on the indoor vaccine mandate issue. Phil, you've been out in front of this from the beginning, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. We should have implemented these mandates at the end of 2021 when most other cities in our region listened to science and implemented their own mandates. But I was still pleased to see this on the agenda 2 weeks ago. I was shocked that it got continued to today's meeting, and even more shocked the item isn't on tonight's agenda at all. This council has been difficult to watch at times over the last few years, but this may be the new low. That's a minimum of 4 weeks without vaccine mandates. 4 more weeks of unvaccinated people coming into our city, spreading COVID, no plan with the Super Bowl a few weeks away. That's 500,000 new cases, 900 people who died in LA County during those 4 weeks. That's just since the 13 item was brought. There's nothing more to study on this. No more data is needed. The science is in. Vaccines limit the spread of COVID and mandates increase vaccination rates. We can't defer to the county for every major public policy decision. We're in the middle of an emergency, the greatest health crisis of our lifetimes. You are our elected city council. You should be implementing public policy for Santa Monicans when the county falls short. We cannot wait.
Thank you, John.
That was our last caller.
Phil has 3 adjournments, so you may go, Phil.
Yeah, this was unfortunately a very sad week in the city of Santa Monica. We lost, I think, 3 really valuable residents in our city. I'm going to start with someone that I had when I was still in the Recreation and Parks Commission in the Senior Talent Show at Reed Park in Miles Playhouse when he was 95 years old. Jerry Rosenblum, whose book is on the shelf behind me. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime local business owner, advocate, and resident Jerry Rosenblum. Jerry was a longtime city resident and advocate, worked at Mike Caruso's men's store for over 50 years as a salesman. As a young teen, at the height of the Great Depression, he worked 2 jobs because his father died in order to provide support for his family. Jerry was a 60-year resident of the city who had just celebrated his 100th birthday earlier this week. I was honored to present him with a commendation from Mayor Himmelrich that morning. He loved education, sought to stay informed, and continued his educational career at Santa Monica College, the Emeritus College, as he continued taking multiple courses till the age of 98, stopping only due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Jerry was a generous and talented spirit that amassed a media following with over 20,000 Instagram followers that followed him throughout various local city events as he would perform and sing. Jerry wrote his memoir entitled An Angel on My Shoulder, My First 100 Years, that shared with all readers his love for life and sense of humor that he hoped brightened the days of those he encountered. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to his family and friends our deepest condolences. Jerry will be sorely missed. Donna Alvarez passed away this week. Donna had been a city council candidate, president of the Kiwanis Club, president of the Breakfast Club, all kinds of things, but I'll tell you a little bit more. So it's with great sadness we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime Santa Monican Donna Alvarez. Donna was a Santa Monica resident for over 47 years, was a respected and well-known community member in our city. She moved to Los Angeles from Oregon in the late 1950s and later to Santa Monica after marrying her husband in 1974. And I've had the honor of having her husband fire off the cannon in his yard in my honor. Donna was an adventurer and loved to explore the entire United States and Europe, mostly by motorcycle. She was a Civil War buff and often participated in various reenactments along with her husband. Donna had a dynamic work ethic and focused on helping her community and its service organization. She served on the Board of Family Service of Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Commission for Older Adults, as well as the Pico Neighborhood Association. In 1990, she also campaigned to be part of the Santa Monica City Council. Naturally driven to help and enrich the children of the community, she joined the Santa Monica Kiwanis Club and was one of my predecessors as president and lieutenant governor. She had a great get-it-done attitude. Also driven by her passion toward helping youth, she joined the Santa Monica Breakfast Club in 1999. Through the Breakfast Club, she assisted families in need with immediate dental care and worked with local school nurses to better serve those in need. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community, we convey to her family and friends our deepest condolences. She will be sorely missed. And my third person, I'm sure Glee may want to talk about her as well, but Doris Sozin. It's with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of community activist, arts advocate, preservationist, and co-founder of the Santa Monica Conservancy, Doris Sozin. Doris was a Santa Monica community activist. She moved to Southern California after graduation from Hood College in Maryland and went on to earn 2 master's degrees in art and education from UCLA. Doris was a preservationist and arts advocate, co-founder of the Santa Monica Conservancy. She worked tirelessly to advocate for the preservation and adaptive use of the structures that make Santa Monica such a unique community. She was given the Conservancy's President's Award in 2015 for her dedication to the importance of preserving the legacy of Santa Monica's historic places for our children and grandchildren. Doris was also the founder of the North of Montana Neighborhood Association, as well as another predecessor of mine as a commissioner for the Recreation and Parks Commission, where she advocated for the importance and preservation of the city tree canopy, as well as the need for open space and parks. She was also an influential force and donor for the Santa Monica College Performing Arts Center. In 2012, Doris was honored by the Santa Monica chapter of the League of Women Voters in 2012 as one of the women who shaped Santa Monica. And I'm sure Glee may have a couple other words to say, I'm not sure. But there's a whole nother section that isn't included in this obit. On behalf of our entire community, we convey to her family and friends, of which there were legions, our deepest condolences. Doris will be sorely missed. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can, I just want to emphasize that when I first moved north of Montana, Doris was the first person to welcome me to the neighborhood. She believed very much that building community was important, and she was sort of a one-woman welcome wagon for north of Montana for many years, and really revived that organization. So she will, all of the people you mentioned will be missed, but Doris in particular, in regards to building neighborhoods, will sorely be missed.
Thank you.
And on that note, we are adjourned. Our next meeting is Saturday, January 29th, 2022 at 10 a.m. I'll see you all then.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.